From the banks of the Oklahoma River, this is the 2025 U.S. Rowing Central Youth Championships. Good morning, everyone. Mahirson Haas and Katie Lane with you in the Media Center here from Oklahoma City. Golden hour across the city right now as we start off day 3, the final day of competition with 28 races today, 20 of which are for national qualification. Katie, again, a big day overall because of national qualification, and you also won again on the podium. Gold, silver, and bronze medals handed out at the end of today. There's also another interesting thing about this competition, and it has to be the different trophies that are handed out to each club.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mihir. Yesterday we saw a lot of stellar performances, a lot of people starting to punch their tickets to Sarasota, a lot of bragging rights being earned. But just as you said, in addition to medals and all of that jazz, we do have a couple trophies up for grabs. As of yesterday, the team points are in, and Dallas United leads the effort in capturing that team points trophy with 501 points, trailed by Austin Rowing Club with 352. When we look at efficiency points, Founders leads Texas Rowing Center, men's points, Texas Rowing Center leads Dallas, women's points, Dallas leads Austin, and Sculling, Texas leads Founders. So it's a very Texas-heavy contention for these trophies, with Dallas United certainly taking the lead, being second in the men's points trophies for right now and first in the women's. But it's still anybody's game. There's a lot of points to be had, a lot of medals to be earned today. So I'm excited to kind of get things rolling this morning.
Yeah, a very heavy Texas lineup, and again, taking a look at the different trophies that are given out. Again, men's team points trophy currently held, I should say, by Texas Rowing Club with 297 points. On the women's side, it is Dallas United who is the overall winner for right now. Sculling points trophy also going towards Texas Rowing Center, and the efficiency team points trophy currently with Founders. Again, only 14 athletes from Founders in this regatta, but they have a whopping 10.286 efficiency right now. Texas Rowing Center 6.055 right behind them. As we get ready for our first race of the day, the men's Youth 4 going from lanes 2 through 7. They're at the dock right now. It's going to be White Rock in lane 2, Dallas United Crew A in lane 3, Austin in lane 4, OKC River Sport lane 5, Parati in lane 6, and Dallas United Crew B in lane 7.
Out of this lineup today, we do have a couple people that are looking to go back to the Youth Nationals in the same category. OKC River Sport in lane 4 won the B final last year in the men's Youth 4 at Youth Nationals. White Rock and Dallas were the representations yesterday that we're excited to see. White Rock especially, too. There were 6 in the B final. So OKC River Sport and White Rock last year in Sarasota at Youth Nationals, they both were in the B final. OKC won, with White Rock coming in 6th. I'm excited to watch this showdown come into play as we have a clean start here.
A clean start, and we're underway for the final day of qualification for the Nationals at the 2025 Youth Championships, Youth Central Championships from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. 15 seconds in. Everybody with a clean start so far. White Rock in that lane 2, their first time in lane 2 throughout this entire tournament. And OKC River Sport on stroke. It's Eli Penley who is on stroke in lane 2 yesterday for the start of the finals in that category. In the men's Youth 8, OKC River Sport taking first there, Dallas United second, and Texas Rowing Center currently number 1 in the overall team points, or rather, I should say, the men's team points trophy in 3rd.
So a great shot here of what we get to see here down on the banks with River Sport in the background, a couple buildings to highlight that skyline, but really clean rowing here from everybody. It looks like perfect, ideal conditions, flat water. You don't see a lot of wind, things that you really are hoping for in the finals here. This is going to be the first race of today, the second day of qualifiers, as Mihir mentioned. So we'll have to see how this race continues to unfold, but it does look like we are just about halfway through that first 500 meters here. We'll have to wait for our overhead drone shot to get you the exact lineup here of who's got their bow out in front, but it does look like we've got some early leaders starting to charge away from the rest of the field.
And it does seem like those players or those teams charging ahead are coming from lanes 2 and 3. That's White Rock and Dallas United going back and forth with each other. White Rock in their time trial went with 6 minutes and 55.81 seconds on this 2,000 meter course. Dallas United's A crew going with 7 minutes and 67 hundredths of a second. That one approaching the 2-minute mark as the teams make their way down the North Canadian River, called the Oklahoma River, here in Oklahoma City, getting close towards the bridges.
I have White Rock right around a 36 for race cadence here with Dallas United, starting to push that a little bit by about a half a beat. So they're closer to about 36 and a half. We'll see how this plays out for them as they come into that bridge, that midway point of the race that we all anticipate.
So it's those two going back and forth right now. Austin in lane 4, OKC River Sport in lane 5, Parati in lane 6, and Dallas United Crew B in lane 7. Right now it is a clear lead in front for both White Rock and Dallas United. Again, the top 3 teams from each race, regardless of the amount, but up to 6 competitors in each race. The top 3 will go to the Youth Nationals in Sarasota from June 12th to the 15th.
Our representation last year out of this event was White Rock, Dallas United, and OKC. We're excited to have Luke McCavitt from White Rock come back in this event this year to try and go for a second berth to the national championships.
So the team's making their way down towards the bridge. That's their 1,000 meter mark here from River Sports OKC in this 2,000 meter course. Starting off early today, 7:30 in the morning here in Oklahoma. And Katie, again, it's kind of an interesting field because we started at noon yesterday in those races. You have the sun really shining in your eyes. What's different when you're really getting those morning races going?
Well, I think the morning races, you're going to have the best water, right? Where it hasn't been disturbed yet. You know, you're the one that can really just set the tone for the rest of the day. It's usually lower wind conditions than you see middle of the day. It's just a really nice way to just start off a regatta, like to have perfect conditions like this where you can just lead the charge, not really worry about anything coming in later that afternoon. You can get it out of the way, done with, check the box, and hopefully get on that medal stand.
So it's still back and forth between White Rock and Dallas United. Both of them past the 1,000 meter mark right now on a cool yet sunny morning here in Oklahoma City. 52 degrees right now. As you can see from our drone shot, it is Dallas United trying to lead the charge and take the first event of the day, getting a good lead off of White Rock, who is in lane 2.
Dallas United getting a really good distance per stroke here. I have them clocked right around at 36 and a half, 37, which is a bit high, but those athletes in there are hungry for that gold and hungry to get to Sarasota. So it looks like they're just doing a really nice job of executing their race plan, sticking to their strategy, and keeping everything in their vision. That's the huge advantage of being out in front and rowing, that you can see everybody else behind you and you don't have to worry about what is in front of you because you are in front.
And you can see in the back too, OKC River Sport in lane 5 having a little bit of a charge on Austin, which is in lane 4. Again, whoever comes out third is going to be, hypothetically speaking, joining White Rock and Dallas, should both of them hold those top 2 positions. Over the 5-minute mark here from River Sport OKC. The first race of 28 today, 20 of which will be for national qualifications in hopes of getting to Sarasota. Past the 500 meter mark now, it is still Dallas United out in front and White Rock in second.
That race for third, though, is really starting to build. We'll have to see who's got what in mind for the sprint here as they come into the final push, but it looks like it's still kind of up in the air. You see a lot of the rest of the field starting to charge up together, but nobody's really eating into that lead that's been established from lane 2 and lane 3 from White Rock or Dallas United. But White Rock now entering 2:50 to go. Dallas United already well into it here. Mahir, go ahead and take us through the last push here for Dallas United.
So Dallas United getting close towards the stand, getting close towards 200 meters as well. It's going to be White Rock trailing behind them on the right side of your screen in second. It's OKC River Sport in third right now. That quadrant, or rather the trio, I should say, with River Sport, Austin, and Parati in lane 6, getting close to the 250 mark themselves.
I have Dallas United up around a 38 at this point. They're looking to raise their cadence. They can see the change color in the buoys. They're getting closer to that finish line, and they can taste that victory.
Here comes Dallas United. They were in lane 3 to start off the finals yesterday, ended up getting second. Here they come down the way, a decent lead off of White Rock in lane 2. As here comes Dallas. Dallas United with the most amount of boats in this regatta. their first of this Sunday morning will finish first at Riversport OKC, and White Rock will trail right behind them in second place. Here comes OKC Riversport. They've got a decent lead off of Austin as they make their way down the river, and the hometown team will also cross the finish line. So for the second consecutive year, it's going to be White Rock, Dallas United, and OKC Riversport heading to the Nationals. Austin will trail behind in fourth. Parati in lane 6 will get fifth, and in lane 6, Dallas United Crew B, is going to make their way down the lane.
Dallas United Crew B, it's always great to see 2 entries from one program in one event. It does look like they had a little bit of steering issues. This is an event where there is no coxswain, so it is completely on the rowers themselves, but looking really smooth as they look to wrap up their racing campaign here in the Men's Youth 4 at the Central Youth Regional Championships.
That was the Men's Youth 4. The Women's Youth 4 is underway as well. More than 2 minutes in, going from lanes 2 through 7. It's Mile High, their first time with the fastest time trial that is, into this tournament and this regatta. Ursuline will be in third, Austin in 4, Parati in 5th, Dallas United Crew in 6, and White Rock in 7.
So Dallas United here, let's take a look at this crew for a bit. They finished 5th in the Final A at Youth Nationals last year. So a couple lineup changes, but Dallas United hoping to get their second berth in a row in this event to go after for a national title. With about just up to 3 minutes into this race, it does look like we've got pretty clean results here. In the blue blades here from that front leading crew looking really tall, really sharp here, really clean. It's going to be the key to success here in a straight 4. You just don't want to make any errors. You want to be confident in what you're doing, trusting the people that you're in the boat with to continue to propel that boat forward.
So the Women's Youth 4, it's Mile High, Ursuline, and Austin, your top 3 right now. All 3 boats making their way underneath the I-35 bridge here in Oklahoma City. Riversport OKC, the place to be on this Sunday morning. Qualifications going all the way until about 11:30, 11:45 today for the Nationals, and then you also have some novice races as well on top of that.
We've got a lot of people helping us out today to bring you this experience, whether you're sitting on the riverbank or tuning in from home. Big thanks to the Riversport production crew as well as Overnight to get you this coverage. For all official results, be sure to check out USRowing.regatta.timeteam. We can call it unofficially from the booth up here at the finish line, but for those specific, confident, we did it results, be sure to check online. So coming into 4 minutes in, great shot as these athletes come into the bridge. Great duel happening right now between Mile High and Parati from 2 to 5. We'll see how this plays out for them on the other side of the bridge as they look to enter the second half of their race here.
And it's still going back and forth with Mile High leading the charge. They put out a lot of teams yesterday, Mile High, none of them getting on the podium, none of them making their way from the Centennial State down to the Sunshine State, trying to change that today on Sunday. Going back and forth with Ursuline right now, lanes 2 and lanes 3, both of them making their way past the bridge. They're into the back 1,000. Beautiful shot here from the Oklahoma River. It's Mile High, Ursuline, and you can also see Austin in lane 4, left side of your screen if you're tuning in on Overnight. Again, thanks for tuning in. Currently in that number 3 spot overall. The Men's Youth 4 side was also in lane 4, but finished up 4th overall with 7 minutes and 6.35 seconds, just a bit behind, 5.5 seconds behind OKC Riversport in 3rd place.
I have Ursuline right now right around a 34.5. It's a solid base rate. They're getting some good leverage on that. You look at the distance per stroke. They're understroking their field by about a half a beat to a beat here, but you see the puddles come off the stern tip. Really nice job from these 4 athletes keeping their bow out in front and just going for that finish line.
You mentioned this before, Katie. Again, this is a Women's Youth coxless 4, so there's no coxswain in the boat. How important is it to not just keep steering but also keep pace without that coxswain doing it for you?
Well, each person in the boat, has their responsibilities. The stroke seat obviously sets the rhythm for everybody else to follow. Typically, it's the bow seat that controls the steering. Sometimes they have toe steering, or it may just be done by pressure. Whether it's the 2 or the 3 seat, they're kind of the coxswain in that crew. They're the ones that might be calling shifts. They may not talk as much as a coxswain because they're actually still rowing, but they're the ones kind of giving the cues of when to go, when to hit the gas, when to do a ratio shift. So the responsibility of the coxswain really falls on all 4 of them, not just one person in this coxless 4.
Most of the boats now within 500 meters. It's Ursuline out in front in first, in lane 3, and in lane 2, Mile High in second. Austin in lane 4 is currently third, and trailing behind, it is Dallas United in lane 6 and Parati in lane 5. Heading down the stretch right now, Ursuline was about 10 seconds off the pace of Mile High in the time trials earlier this weekend, but still trying to get gold, trying to get qualification for the Mile High Rowing Club, their first of this 2025 regatta.
I have both Mile High and Ursuline right around a 37 here. As they come into their sprint, we'll see what the tactic is going to be. Is it just put more power on it? Is it going to be to increase the cadence? We'll have to see what's going to play out, but it looks like Ursuline really trying to open up that lead over on Mile High in lane 2, with Austin coming in lane 4, looking to earn that 3rd place qualification.
And Ursuline, you can see here, they've got a decent lead, a boat lengths lead, if you will, on Mile High. Currently in second in lane 2 as Ursuline, with Evan McCauley in the boat, making their way down the Oklahoma River on this Sunday morning.
Ursuline 39.5 right now. Great rate as they come charging to the line to snag that 1st place spot.
And then we'll see Mile High trailing behind in second. Again, spaced out, if you will. Second consecutive race where we've seen lane 3 take gold. And here comes Austin with a decent lead as they will cross the finish line and get 3rd.
Austin crossing at a 39. Really nice job by those athletes. And we've got lane 6 rounding out and lane 5. One more to go to finish out this field.
And that's going to be White Rock again. White Rock, who went 9 minutes and 20.86 seconds in their time trial. All of these boats going faster than what was expected or what they put out earlier this weekend.
And queuing right back up to the start line, we do have a start for the next race. That is going to be the Men's Youth Coxed 4. 6 boats across again. We've got lane 2, Texas Rowing Center, lane 3, Texas Rowing Center B, lane 4, OKC, lane 5, Jesuit College Prep of Dallas, lane 6, Dallas United, and lane 7, Dallas United as well. So dual representation from both Texas Rowing Center as well as Dallas United here in the Men's Youth Coxed 4 final.
And again, going into today, Dallas United leading the charge in overall team points trophy at 501. Texas Rowing Center, though, in men's trophy, and the men's competition in general, they are currently at 297 points. First place overall, Dallas United with 252 points, and second place overall, both of them leading the charge 1 minute in to this Men's Youth Coxed 4 race. Back here at the finish line, Women's Youth 4 race just ended. It's Ursuline 1, Mile High 2, and Austin 3 heading to Sarasota for the Youth Nationals. Let's see what will come out here with the Men's Youth Coxed 4, the 3rd race today from OKC Riversport.
All crews now out of the breakage zone. Looks like they're staying pretty consistent, pretty smooth here. I think those 2 Texas crews, from where we can say, I'm going to go ahead and say have a pretty early lead here, but still overlapping with the rest of the pack.
And you can see the bridge in the back. Morning in Oklahoma City. Finals all of today. We had time trials in the morning on Saturday, finals stretching from noon until early afternoon. Everything today is going to be finals from now until about 11:30, 11:45, kind of that lunchtime spot.
I have that Texas crew out in lane 2, right around to 36. Solid race cadence here, just keeping it pretty smooth, keeping it consistent, sticking to their guns, what they need to know, what they need to do to be able to get it done. Their teammates in lane 3 following right behind. Again, with those Texas blades that are recognizable even in this camera feed where we're still battling with that natural light. They're a little bit lower. If lane 2 is at 36, and they're about 35, 35 and a half now.
The first race of the day where there are two clubs that hold the top two spots into a race. It's Texas Rowing Club A and Texas Rowing Club B right now. It happened a few times yesterday. Again, it was similar to a 1 and 2 finish for both of the teams in lanes 2 and 3. Dallas United Crew A did it in the Women's Youth Second Varsity 8 yesterday. And you also had Founders doing it in the Women's Youth Second Varsity Quadruple Skulls.
Now, I love to see this shot, right? The overhead, you can see the puddles coming off the boats, but it does look like from this angle that OKC has taken over Texas Rowing Club B in lane 3 for that second place spot. Texas Rowing Center A, stroked by Carson Collins, still doing a really nice job holding on to that lead. This does have a coxswain in it, so they don't need to worry about steering. They don't need to worry about race calling. They've got the brains in the boat to be able to lead them, and so they can just really power that engine. So coming into that second half of the race here, it does continue to be your leaders from Texas Rowing Center in lane 2.
And Texas Rowing Center had basically almost a 6-second head start, if you will, compared to Texas Rowing Center's B side based off the time trials. Again, the A side going with 7 minutes and 16.05 seconds. The B side 7 minutes 22.04 seconds. But more importantly, OKC River Sport A was right behind River Center B, I should say, 7 minutes and 22.40 seconds. So 36 hundredths of a second. That second place is up for grabs. Jesuit College Prep of Dallas was behind them. They got the fourth spot going into today with 7 minutes and 32.54 seconds on their time trial. Past the 4-minute mark with most boats, past the 1,000 meter mark, the bridge here in Oklahoma City, rivaling the I-35 and the US 77 above, the Oklahoma River below.
Texas Rowing Center in lane 2 looking like a mid-race push here. I have them right about a 37, 38 as they take probably a 10. This might be their race plan. You know, they might just be able to throw a little bit extra here. They are getting some more company as they get further into this race. The crew from OKC in lane 3 starting to eat into their lead a little bit. They're holding a couple seats over, but that crew from Texas Rowing Center B has fallen off the pace a little bit. I would say that OKC actually has open water on that crew from Texas Rowing Center B. Really nice job by the crew from OKC. This just shows that their body is their strength out of this race. They may not have been, first off the block, but where it counts, they're really leaning into it here. They're really just sticking to what they know and sticking to what they've practiced here on their home turf.
Sticking to what they know, sticking to what they practiced on home turf. Again, Texas Rowing Center, their first event of the day. They got two boats right now. Their first team, their A team, if you will, in first, and their B team in third in lane 3. OKC River Sport A also there in lane 4. It might be interesting to see what could potentially happen in lane 5 and lane 6. Jesuit College Prep of Dallas in lane 5, their A side that is, and Dallas United Crew's A side in lane 6. That's your big competition as the top 3 teams will go towards nationals. Everybody within 500 meters right now. And in lane 2, Rowing Center A is getting close towards that 250 mark.
They enter in that red zone where the buoys change colors, coming in at a 37 before they even touch their sprint. By the time these athletes get to the red buoys, they only have about 25 to 30 strokes to go. So it comes up quick, but you've got to be really intentional with how you execute it here. The coxswain's on it, knowing where you sit, knowing where you need to be, and if anything needs to happen, you need to do it now.
So within 200 meters now for Texas Rowing Center A, pushing the pace here, led by team captain Carson Collins, working down in that 4-boat. The men's youth coxed 4.
Texas Rowing Center, I now have them at a 40 while we look at OKC coming up charging behind. They've also increased their rate. I have them right around a 39 as well, but it will be Texas Rowing Center first to the line going with open water over the rest of the field. OKC now really stretching to that line, opening it up on Texas Rowing Center, but unofficially Texas Rowing Center will send 2 boats to Sarasota in the men's youth coxed 4. Next to the line is going to be lane 5. That is going to be Jesuit College, followed by Dallas United A.
And then Dallas United Crew B making their way down in lane 7. You can see on your screen, top left corner, Texas Rowing Center with 6 minutes 50.44 seconds, more than 25 seconds faster than their time trial earlier this weekend. OKC River Sport trailing just over 5 seconds behind.
Exciting stuff here. You see that white flag from the referees coming up from the launch. That just indicates that a very clean race has happened, that no protests, everything was done. Great, check it off the list, and we move right back up to the starting line for the start of the women's youth coxed 4 Final A. 6 boats we've got starting in lane 2, Austin. Lane 3, Parati. Lane 4, OKC. Lane 5, White Rock. Lane 6, Dallas United. And lane 7, Texas Rowing Center. Looks like we have alignment. We're just waiting for the final drop of the flag.
An interesting race here. Austin starting off in lane 2 and Parati in lane 3. OKC River Sport in lane 4. And OKC has already sent 2 boats to Sarasota today, one in the men's youth coxless 4, and then one just a little bit ago in the men's youth coxed 4.
The anticipation here, you know, the athletes are trying to calm their nerves, take their last breath. Our coxswain saying, hey, breathe, get ready, we're going to go.
Just waiting for the command right now.
Oh, and there we go. We see the blades falling into the water. We are seconds away.
The 4th race of the day from OKC River Sport.
And they're off. It's interesting here, look at how quickly the blades need to get to the water, because it's going to be a fight from that very first stroke. It looks like lane 4 jumped out pretty quickly. That's going to be OKC River Sport, stroked by Madeline Glover. She's a junior here, really charging forward. She's trying to defend that home turf. However, Elizabeth Viguri in lane 6. This will be her 2nd time in this event going for a youth national bid. She finished 8th in the Final C last year at the 2024 Youth Nationals in Sarasota. Let's see what happens for that Dallas United crew and if Elizabeth can get back for the 2nd year in a row.
OKC River Sport so far has been punching higher than their weight so far. They were in lane 5 for the men's youth 4, ended up 3rd, essentially stole a bid from Austin, who was in lane 4. In the men's youth coxed 4 battle, they were in lane 4, ended up getting lane 2nd over Texas Rowing Center's B-side. Still out in front here as we're past the minute mark here from the women's youth coxed 4 here at the 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships here on overnight and from the banks of the Oklahoma River here in Oklahoma City.
See, I think OKC is doing a really nice job here. Like, they're out there, they owned it in the first couple strokes, and now it's just up to them to defend it. They are getting challenged with that crew from Austin in lane 2, but you know, Mahir, I know that you're pretty new to rowing, but for me, if we take a look at these rigs here, the bucket rig where you have 2 people on the same side, I think that that gives this boat an advantage. You know, some coaches think that it's just, you know, for show or for just for fun, but I think that there's such an advantage when you can take sometimes your 2 strongest rowers, stick them in the middle, and just let them go to town and just say, you know, jungle rules, everybody just go full tilt and see what we can come up with. I'm personally a fan of the buckets. I think the buckets are the best, or the Italian rig, as some people like to refer to it. But right here, it does. You can see that Austin has gained the lead from OKC, but OKC is still charging hard. Now Parati now in the game. These 3 out of 2, 3, and 4 are starting to separate from the field. It's still very early, just having crossed that first 500 meters. So we'll have to see how the rest of this race unfolds.
We'll have to see how the rest of the race unfolds indeed. Back to the bucket rig. How does that compare to the rest of the tactics that you've seen?
I mean, I think the bucket rig is just a different way to rig. So instead of having a traditional rig where you go opposite sides, going all the way down the boat, you know, putting these 2 people in the middle, you know, that could be a technique tactic. It could be, you know, hey, it's going to make it easier for the 2 seat to follow the 3 seat, or sometimes if you've got 2 athletes that are really, really strong, like putting them in the middle where you can have more control of harnessing their power from the coxswain seat, or even how it leverages against the rudder from the bow seat. I think that that just provides a huge advantage. But again, that's my personal opinion. I think a couple people watching this broadcast are certainly going to poke fun at me for that later, but I'll stick to what I believe.
So past the 3-minute mark here in the women's youth coxed 4. Back and forth we go between Austin in lane 2 and OKC Riversport A in lane 4. Austin with a decent lead out in front. OKC Riversport a little bit behind, and a little bit behind them is Parati in lane 3. A pretty distinct top 3 right now in this competition as the boats make their way towards the bridges, our 1,000 meter mark on this 2,000 meter course.
Austin coming into this 1,000 meter in lane 2 is rocking a 36. That's a pretty standard rate for this type of event, for this cadence. They're comfortable, they're working. It's something that they can really stretch out here. It's not crazy high, it's not crazy low. They've just hit the middle right where they need to.
Austin going just above 8 minutes on their time trial. Parati in second by about 4.4 seconds, if you will. And then OKC Riversport A going with 8 minutes and 6.61 seconds as those top 3 boats make their way past the I-35 bridge into the back half. They go here from OKC Riversport. Again, a lot of things around this facility, including this 2,000 meter course. Once again, home for the 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships, also home to RowFest this past year. That's now in Ann Arbor, but once again, a pristine venue for US Rowing and rowing across the nation.
The way that technology has evolved to be able to capture this experience for those not being able to stand on the river. In talking to the production crew from River Sport OKC, they have over 8 cameras here. So there's 6 cameras along the riverbank as well as 2 drone pilots that are operating to give you this just unbelievable coverage of this event. It's so unique to have this many resources available in OKC, just really doing an amazing job being able to bring this sport not only to your phone in your hands if you're sitting on the riverbank waiting for those athletes to come down, or if you're tuning in at home while you're still sipping your coffee in your PJs, but really grateful for the effort that not only the people do behind the scenes, but for the technology that allows us to capture how unique and fun this sport is.
Just past 8 a.m. here in Oklahoma City, as most of the boats, or all of the boats in that regards, are past the now 5-minute and 30-second mark. It is still Austin in front, OKC Riversport in second, and Parati in third. And if you're tuning in at home, you can see the boats in the back there making their way down. That's White Rock in lane 5 and Dallas United in lane 6.
I have Austin out there at a 35 as they come into this third 500 here. Tightly followed. It does look like there's going to be a challenge from OKC for that top spot, but again, we're looking for 3 boats to move on to qualify for the Youth National Championships later in June.
Now past the 6-minute mark, as all of those boats are now within 500 meters of the finish line. Austin once again trying to get a little bit something going, trying to get onto the podium. Got third in the women's youth 4 earlier today.
OKC doing an early kick here. I have them cranked up about a 37.5, trying to see if they can get that edge coming into the last 250. But once they cross that 500-meter mark, again, they know that they've got less than about 55 strokes to the end, 250 to go. It's 25 to 30 if you do it right. But look at this race that's unfolding. It does look like OKC is looking over at Austin and saying, hey, not on our home course, but let's see what the sprint holds for these 2 crews.
OKC held yesterday. They're trying to go above and beyond today. They're within 250 meters right now. So is Austin. So is Parati, the top 3 right now. Parati trailing behind. Maybe a chance for White Rock to potentially get third, but it seems like they're hold.
I have OKC right at about a 39.5. Let's see what Austin's going to do here. Are they going to respond?
Just back and forth right now.
Austin up at a 40. So these guys are going stroke for stroke. Austin with just about a half a beat higher than OKC. And it does look like they will retain their lead coming into the finish here. But OKC driving hard to that line, opening up distance on that crew from Parati. These look like unofficially they will be your 3 central regional representation at the 2025 Youth National Championships in Sarasota. But what a push from OKC to try and come back and eat into that lane, or eat into that lead that Austin had.
So unofficially right now it is Austin in first, OKC Riversport in A, Parati will be
But
third.
take a look at this. Now lane 7, that is Texas Rowing Center charging hard for White Rock. It looks like White Rock just will edge that out, but really good effort by the women from Texas Rowing Center in lane 7 to change the pecking order from the time trial.
That is a very, very close battle indeed. That was a tough run. That was a Texas Rowing Club B led by Margaret Stromberger, and it will be White Rock who ends up fourth, and Texas Rowing Center will get fifth. Dallas United in lane sixth will be sixth. That is your unofficial results right now.
And we have a clean start here coming in the men's youth double sculls here. 6 boats across from lane 2. We have Dallas A, lane 3 Tulsa, lane 4 Episcopal School of Dallas, lane 5 Woodlands, lane 6 Dallas B, lane 7 Woodlands A. So 2 entries from Woodlands, 2 entries from Dallas here in the men's youth double sculls. Great overhead shot. Really amazing start out from the gentleman in lane 2 from Dallas, with a length over the field in the first 30 seconds. That means that they just had to be so precise in those first initial strokes off the blocks, pushing their bow ahead, and now they are just taking it and running with it. There is nothing to lose and everything to gain in this race. In lane 2, they are telling their story early on here that they want that gold medal.
That's Cruz Sanchez and Anders Brakutna in lane 2 with a decent lead out in front. And let's not forget that it's also lane 5 that's also making a push early. Rowing Club of the Woodlands A side with Mariano Gomez Medrano and Liam Barnes. More than a minute into that. This is the 5th race of today, 5th of 28 and the 5th of the first 20, which will include national qualifications for the Youth Nationals in Sarasota, going from June 12th to June 15th in sunny Florida.
So both these crews from Dallas here, that is going to be lane 2 and lane 6, that are having that early lead. You know, they know what it's like to train together. They're looking over and just saying, all right, you know, like we'll race you to the end and just leave everybody else behind. But really good effort here. Don't underestimate the B crews or the second entries in an event. Sometimes that they just can be that much more scrappier, and or it could be an even lineup, and a coach has to look at it and say, okay, well, somebody has to be A and somebody has to be B, but that doesn't mean that you have to stay like that. And I think what we see here is that Dallas B is starting to challenge Dallas A, and I would say that they've got about 2 seats. Their stern is sitting right about the coxswain of, or excuse me, that stroke seat of lane 2, and both Dallas boats have open water over the rest of the field.
2 minutes into that, every single winner in these finals, both today and yesterday, have come from either lane 2 or lane 3, let alone everything else, let alone lane 6. 2 minutes and 30 seconds into that race, it is Dallas B going head-to-head with Dallas A. We talked about Dallas Club A with Sanchez and Brakutna. Dallas B is Cortez Sanchez and Jackson Peltier. Back and forth they go, and you can see Cortez and Peltier starting to get a little bit of a lead on their Dallas counterparts.
These two Dallas crews, they're actually matched stroke for stroke, but I would give it to Dallas B, having a little bit more distance per stroke. You can see their puddles moving just that much further than Dallas A, just looking a little bit smoother, but both boats doing a nice job of just continuing to hold this lead of this event, of this competitive field in the men's youth double sculls.
And just behind them, too, again, an interesting battle for third right now between Tulsa Youth, who is in lane 3, along with Episcopal School of Dallas and Rowing Club of the Woodlands. It seems like Woodlands might be in that 5th spot. Overall, this is the race so far as we approach the 3-minute and 30-second mark, as both teams, or rather all teams, make their way towards the bridges that has the most amount of parity.
Woodlands no stranger to the Youth Nationals or the medal platform, having done really well in singles and doubles over the past couple years. They're going to look to retain that and get another entry back to Sarasota, the Sunshine State, in just a few weeks.
And we can see those top boats making their way past those bridges here in Oklahoma City, getting close to that 4-minute mark now. And once again, it is Dallas A in front, had a really good start out in lane 2, and their counterparts in lane 6 will also be out in front. Making their way past the bridge here from sunny Oklahoma City. No delays so far, no rain delays. A little bit of flooding heading into this weekend, but overall it has been a very solid course, and it's been great weather for rowing and a great weather for action.
And let's just take a moment to say a big shout out to all those all those helping hands helping to get the course reinstalled after the flooding came in, took it out. Tireless efforts done by everybody from US Rowing, the volunteers, the production company, all the staff here at OKC Riversport. Big thank you to everybody involved for helping make this event possible.
So Dallas B again still going back and forth with Dallas A. The A side went 7 minutes and 38.15 seconds in their time trial. The B side 7 minutes and 49.79 seconds. Past the 5-minute mark here in this final, in the 2,000-meter course, it is still a battle between first and second, and also a battle between third and fourth in lanes 4 and 5 between Episcopal School of Dallas and Woodlands.
And let's not forget, if you qualified yesterday and you got on that medal stand, there is no formal awards ceremony here at the Youth Regional Championship, so be sure to pick up your medals or have your coach pick up your medals from the first floor of the finish line tower. You don't want to go home empty-handed.
So most of these boats, it's a tight race right now. 4 boats racing towards the finish line, almost going, relatively speaking, close to each other within 500 meters right now. It is Dallas A and Dallas B challenging for first, and you have Episcopal and Woodlands challenging for third. The top 3 teams go to Sarasota.
See, this is going to be interesting to watch how this plays out, because I really like how Dallas led the charge early, but those 2 crews in between them, that's going to be Tulsa and Episcopal School of Dallas and the Woodlands. They're all right there, starting to eat into that lead. You start to see the Dallas crew still going head-to-head, but with the pressure from Episcopal and Woodlands here, this still could be anybody's game. Just because Dallas had the early lead doesn't mean that they're going to sustain it. Let's see what happens as all 4 of these crews come into the red buoys here, all 5 of these crews, because now we start to see Tulsa start to come back. This is still anyone's game. I think that this might be the tightest sprint that we have seen at this event across the field. It's not just going boat to boat, it's going 4 to the line with 3 spots up for grabs.
Yeah, 5 boats could potentially trying to get 3 spots within 200 meters right now. The closest race we have seen in this regatta this weekend, it's Dallas A in lane 2. It's Dallas B in lane 6. Here comes Woodlands making a charge. So is Episcopal as well, as Dallas's A side with a good length in front, probably a boat length, will try to scurry their way towards the finish line. Here's the race now between Episcopal and Woodlands.
I'm going to have to give it to the
getting
Woodlands.
Out in front.
Yep, I'm going to have to give it to Woodlands by about a half a deck that edged themselves out over the rest of the field. But what a really nice job. What I like to see is that Dallas held on to that lead, and even coming into the last couple of strokes, they were a little bit under the rest of the field, and they really just turned it up with 3 strokes to go just to make sure that everything was good and like they could get it done. But what a really great push. Unofficially, that's going to be Dallas in 7:19, Woodlands 1.92 seconds behind them, Episcopal 2.99 off the leader, and Dallas B following in 4th.
Tulsa will get 5th, and Woodlands A will make their way across into 6th. That was the first doubles final of this 2025 US Rowing Youth Central Championships. Boy, was it a good one. Lane 2 still out in front, but you had Woodlands in lane 5 taking 2nd, and in lane 4, Episcopal School of Dallas taking lane 3, or I should say place 3. But Dallas B, again, they were really challenging their Dallas counterparts, Katie, and it just came up a little bit close.
But we talked about it a lot yesterday. To have 2 entries from one program just shows the depth of the program. So just because one is going on to Youth Nationals, let's not undervalue or underestimate the efforts of Dallas United B. Really nice job by that program, continuing to put out some good techniques, some good athletes, and getting representation on that national stage. Coming back up to the starting line, let's see what the women are going to do in this event. This is going to be the women's youth double. Starting in lane 2, we have Founders, lane 3, Hockaday, lane 4, Woodlands, lane 5, Hockaday B, lane 6, Founders B, and lane 7, Episcopal School of Dallas. All of these entries from these respective programs did not did not compete for a chance at youth nationals last year. There was other representation from other programs, but all of these crews are going to hope to earn the right to compete on that national stage. And here they go. They're off the blocks. They are in the initial 100 meters. They're still within the breakage zone, but it looks pretty clean. Lane 2 just a little bit off the pace here, but still very, very early on.
So again, it's Founders going first. Again, a big sculling side. Going into today, one of the most, or rather not one of the most efficient side in this 2025 Central Youth Championships, had an efficiency rating of 10.286, basically steamrolling the rest of the competition in that regards. Again, only bringing 14 members here to Oklahoma City from Dallas, Texas Rowing Center, who is one of the best teams right now, leading the men's team points trophy going into today at 6.055. You can check out those results on USRowing's website, along with regattacentral.com. Approaching the 1 minute mark here in this race, the women's youth double sculls, and it's once again a little bit of parity going forward. You've got Founders A with a good lead, along with Hakkaday's ace side as well. Hockaday put in a lot of events, put in a lot of entries, but overall were just unable to find themselves getting a lot of qualifications. And you want to keep an eye, if you're tuning in from home, the left side of your screen right now, that is Founders B side. So similar to what we saw in the men's youth double sculls race, it's once again going back and forth between the A side and the B side, with a lot of other clubs in between.
Still good overlap across the field, showing the true depth of the athlete in this event. The women's youth double, you've got to have really good, solid communication between you and your doubles partner. You've got to know how they move, what they're motivated by, what's going to make them tick, and how they can really play offense and defense at the same time. It does look like Founders A continues to hold the lead out of lane 2 on the right side of your screen. Just as Mahir pointed out, it is the A and the B kind of fighting in this first half of the race. Let's not go ahead and make any predictions, but Founders A over there in lane 2 with an open water over the rest of the field. They're looking really clean. I have them clocked right about a 36.
An interesting pairing too in that A side for Founders. You got Carolina Lotrian along with Afton Jurassic. Jurassic heading to Tufts later this year, and you also have Lotrian, who has been at that stroke for multiple events for Founders in this regatta. 3 events for her, 1 gold in the women's youth quad sculls yesterday. 2 minutes and 48 seconds in, it is still Jurassic and Lotrian, I should say, out in front. Essentially a 4-way race right now for second between lanes 3 through 6. That's Hockaday School A, Rowing Club of the Woodlands A side, Hockaday B, and Founders Rowing Club B. Similar situation where, yes, there are 5 boats, but only the top 3 qualify for youth nationals. These are some big events for a lot of big programs out there. We talked about Hockaday, how they struggled at times yesterday to try to get on the podium, either based off positioning or based off performance. It could be the case today. They're in lane 3 right now. Their A side with Alyssa Cuban and Peyton Johnson. Their B side in lane 5, Persia Brown and Jameson Dondero.
What a great overhead shot here, just highlighting the efforts of all of these crews. That battle for that 2nd and 3rd place spot is going to be tight. Founders A, out there, they're in control of the field. They can see everything that's going on. Hopefully they feel pretty comfortable in where they are right now, what they're doing. They're just making this look so fluid here as they come in between the bridges right around that 1K mark. They're just confident, they're smooth, they're collected. Like, that's the type of mentality that you want in an athlete. Somebody that can just stick to their plan. They're mentally confident and they're just ready to go.
So 4:10 through this competition as the boats make their way through the bridges right now. That's your 1,000 meter mark here at Riversport OKC on this Sunday morning, the final day of competition from the 2025 US Rowing Youth Central Regatta. Some of the top 3 teams in each races for these national qualifications. That is the first 20 races today, this included, will be going to Sarasota for the Youth Nationals. 4 minutes and 40 seconds in, it is still Jurassic and Lotrian out in lane 2, and still a competitive battle in lane 3, 4, 5, and 6. In lane 7, you will have Episcopal School of Dallas.
That Founders crew just really cruising right now, right about a 35, 34 and a half, 35. Again, it gives you such an advantage when you're out in front because you can see everything that's unfolding behind you. So not only is it, you know, not only are you in the position to just control it, but you're also taking a big deep breath and kind of relaxing, saying, okay, we're in control, like let's just make sure that we keep everybody back. But Founders just continuing to get good leverage off the front end, good pressure on the footboards, doing a really, really nice job here as they come into that third 500.
You take a look at some of these squads overall. Some of these interesting teams. You also have, we talked about the 6 squad as well. Founders Rowing Club B, Claire Eldon and Lillian Sells there. Eldon qualified 3 boats last year, was also part of a women's second varsity quad sculls yesterday that is also heading towards Sarasota. Heading towards the 6-minute mark as the boats make their way close towards the 500-meter mark. It is still the A side, Jurassic and Lotrian out in front, 6 minutes through. You can see from the shot here, if you're tuning in, it is still relatively close, and the lane 6 crew right now with Sells and Eldon trying to make a run themselves. Again, the Dallas B side, they were holding that first place, second place stronghold for a while, but then were taken over by Woodlands A side and Episcopal School of Dallas A in the men's youth double sculls. The women's youth double sculls trying to change that. It's once again the A side in lane 2 and the B side in lane 6.
Founders A now the first to enter in that red zone, that runway to the finish line here. They are still in control. This is their race. Everything to gain, nothing to lose. And it does look like they will be joined by the crew from Hockaday in lane 3.
And that is your battle right now. It's Founders Hockaday trying to qualify for the first time in this tournament, or one of the first times, and Woodlands in for Hockaday B and Founders B in lane 5 and 6 respectfully. But this competition is starting to really even out itself. 200 meters in, it is Founders A with Lotrian and Jurassic making their way towards the finish line.
I have Hockaday ranked at about a 37.5 right now as they come into their sprint.
And still going forward. A lengthy finish right now for this Founders side that went with 8 minutes and 9.23 seconds in the time trial yesterday. A similar time today, but a little bit faster for Lotrian and Jurassic in third, with Cuban and Johnson from Hockaday School A will unofficially get second as we see Founders cross the finish line. Hockaday will get second unofficially, and it will be Rowing Club of the Woodlands getting third. First time today we see lanes 2, 3, and 4 go 1, 2, and 3. In lane 6, Founders B will get the 4th spot, and in lane 5, Hockaday B will get the 5th, and we'll see Episcopal School of Dallas make their way down the Oklahoma River on this Sunday morning for 6th.
Alyssa Cuban, one of the many athletes here, racing multiple times throughout the weekend. This will be her second out of third race this weekend to try and qualify for Youth Nationals. Alyssa's a senior, graduating and heading to UCLA next year out on the West Coast.
So a few commits there. We talked about Jurassic going to the other side, the East Coast, if you will, for Tufts. And then Cuban heading towards UCLA as Hockaday A side gets on the podium. So does Founders, who did a really good job in sculling competitions yesterday, especially in quadruple sculls. And then Woodlands once again shows out. Now it's time for our first dual matchup of the day, if you will. It's the men's U16-8 with White Rock against Parati. It's a battle for Dallas in Oklahoma City.
This White Rock, well, not this White Rock crew, but White Rock finished 4th in the B final last year at the Youth National Championships in the U16-8. They'll look to see if they can best their finish this year, but it does look like they've got a strong start here. Both crews looking really clean. White Rock launching out of that starting block, trying to get ahead and an early jump start on the crew from Parati. It looks like 30 seconds in, and they already have open water, which just shows that that crew is really slick around the start. They're intentional, they're moving together, and they're just on it.
About a 6-second difference in time trials showing earlier this weekend. White Rock went 7 minutes 24.26 seconds, and Parati going 7 minutes and 30.29 seconds. It is still White Rock out in front, well out in front, versus Parati. 1 minute into that race, they're in the front 1,000. One of the many dual matchups we could see today. Basically one boat against the other, if you will. The women's U16-8 coming up after this between Austin and Parati. You also have the open gender youth double sculls between two teams from Tulsa's youth program.
So the Central Youth Regional Championships is going to be one of 6 regional championships for U.S. Rowing happening over the course of the next couple of weeks. You've got 2 this weekend. You've got Central Youths here at OKC where we are live. You've got Southwest out in California, and those are your 2 regionals for this weekend. The following weekend we've got Mid-Atlantics and I believe Southeast. But all these crews over the next 6 weeks will earn the right to compete for a national title down in Sarasota. So see you in Sarasota.
Should be some fun times there. A similar course to what we see here, 2,000 meters. Water relatively controlled during that time for the best conditions overall for the Youth National Rowing Championships. You also have the Southwest Youth Championships going on in Gold River, California, just outside of Sacramento. It is currently 6:30 in the morning in Gold River, California, so we're starting things bright and early for U.S. Rowing in general. But that is also going on right now on the West Coast, and those teams, much like these teams, will be making the trip to Sarasota. A lot of qualifications happening across the country for U.S. Rowing and U.S. Rowing affiliates. You can be sure to check in on all the stuff with U.S. Rowing on their website. You can also find that stuff, including today's race results, including the times from some thrilling races earlier today at regattacentral.com.
If we turn our attention back to the race that's going on, this duel between White Rock and Parati, it does look like Parati may be stronger in the body than they were at the start because they've started to eat into the lead that White Rock has by just about 2/3 of a length. You know, in the first 30 seconds, we saw White Rock jump out and almost clear the distance between the stern tip and the bow of Parati. And Parati now, you know, their bow coming right up on that 3 seat of White Rock. So it's still a lot of race to be had, but it just shows that different crews may focus in on different things. So, you know, as a coach, I always looked at, okay, are we a crew that's strong at the start? Are we a crew that's strong in the body? Or are we a finisher crew and really like to sprint? To me, out of these 2, White Rock was a big crew that focused in on the start and just being efficient, getting that boat up to speed, whereas Parati really focused in on getting some good, consistent endurance through that body of the race.
And not only that, this is also a duel. How does that factor into a competition like this?
Well, I think the coxswain's job becomes a little bit easier. Instead of worrying about 5 different entries in an event, you're just really focusing in on the boat next to you. So, you know, you don't have to look around as much. You can kind of check in. You can make easy calls to try and pick off a seat or 2 to try and change the rhythm for your advantage. But I think the duel is just a much more intimate race because you're only focusing in on one competitor. So it's easier to play offense at times. It's easier to play defense when it's just one other crew.
So both boats now into the back 1,000. It's White Rock against Parati, the battle for Dallas, if you will. In the men's U16-8, one of 3 duels today here from OKC Riversport. The 2025 U.S. Youth Central Championships, the first of many across the entire nation with U.S. Rowing and its affiliates.
And I'm going to go ahead and have to give it to Parati. Again, we talked about being strong in the body. They've now worked a full length back up on White Rock, going at about 36 here, and they've now overtaken White Rock for that lead in this men's U16-8. You know, they are now in the third 500. We can start to see them come down the course. You know, it still looks like from the vantage point off an angle that they're pretty side by side, but it's very clear that Parati does now have a half a length lead over the crew from White Rock.
And you can tell if you're tuning in at home, that leads about 5 to 6 seats off the pace right now compared to White Rock, with those 2 going back and forth. Again, a 6-second difference in time trials. White Rock in front, Parati in second. Again, all that mattered is what side of the river you're going to be on and what side you're looking to look at your opponent as we see them come down the stretch within 500 meters right now from Riversport OKC. It's White Rock and Parati. White Rock started off today with the men's Youth 4 in lane 2, got first overall. After that, they've just been making their way down.
Parati Cox and Jude Woolsey has to be feeling pretty good about the calls that he's been giving his crew to really change the dynamic and change the pecking order here. Now having an open water distance over White Rock, not by much, but it does look like there's a little bit of open water between the two. Let's see if Parati can continue to hold this lead as they come into the sprint. We talked about 30 strokes to go. It's really up to the coxswain about how they execute this and how the rowers respond. But I think Jude Woolsey from Parati, that coxswain has to be feeling pretty good about going into this final push. Nicholas Gravely from White Rock, the coxswain over in the far lane, he's going to have to be a little bit creative to see if he can change where they're sitting, but it does look like they've pulled back a couple seats as they finish this campaign.
So they're coming down the stretch here within the last 200 meters in this men's U16-8 race. Julian Hertz and Parati leading the charge in front in lane 3. Nicholas Mendez and White Rock going for second in this dual race. Getting close towards the 7-minute mark right now.
I have Parati at 37, and I have White Rock now trying to push the rate, trying to give it all they have to the line, but they're going to run out of room. I have them up about a 42 to try and close that gap.
Unofficially, it is Parati going first and White Rock going second in the men's U16-8. The women's U16-8 is also underway between Austin in lane 2, Parati in lane 3, approaching the 1-minute mark in that one, and it's Austin in lane 2 out in front. 28 races today from River Sports OKC. 20 of which are for national qualifications. We are already 8 races down. We are 7 races down. This is the 8th race of the day. After this, we head back to the 4s with the men's and women's U17 coxed 4, followed by the double sculls for both men's and women's, and then the youth single sculls in both categories as well.
With this race here, it's again, here as you mentioned, it's another duel between Austin and Parati. Austin, I'm going to go ahead and say, has the early lead here in this first minute and a half of the race, sitting a couple seats above their competition from Parati in lane 3. But as we just saw from Parati, they changed the narrative. They came off the line behind White Rock and they were able to overcome. Let's see if this Parati crew from the women's side can go ahead and do the same thing as they look to compete against Austin here.
Sweeps are a relatively common thing when you take a look at it yesterday, and it was actually Parati sweeping the U16 coxed quadruple sculls. Both of those boats were in lane 2. They were favored to win it. We have yet to see a team sweep a competition with at least one of their teams not coming from lane 2. And overall, when you take a look at the types of matchups we saw yesterday, Katie, we only saw 2 entire races where the team not in lane 2 did not take first place. You take a look at today so far, it has been an entirely different story. Already 3 races today where the team in lane 3 got first and the team in lane 2 got second. Just back and forth action that has transpired since the time trials. Back here in the women's U16-8, it is still Austin out in front, and once again taking a good lead on Parati in second.
Love to see this here, going stroke for stroke here. Both crews going 36 beats a minute. You can see their blades matching up. Just really solid efforts here coming through. 36, a really good pace for these crews, for U16s. Again, these are going to be 15s and 16s, sometimes even 14-year-olds in this, getting their early start to their careers. In just a couple years, these guys could be the ones competing for not only a youth national championship, but also for an NCAA national championship if they choose to row in college.
So both boats are making their way towards the bridges right now. It's called the I-35 River Bridge, as it is. Not any official name, not named for anything to my knowledge. Here on the Oklahoma River, a 7-mile stretch of the North Canadian River that spawns throughout the Sooner State. Approaching the 4-minute mark, it is still Austin out in front in this women's U16-8 side. Austin once again making it past the second bridge, so they are fully now into this back 1,000 meters. Austin came in to today on the overall points total second with 352. On the women's side, they're back behind Dallas United in second with 207. Dallas United with the most boats in this regatta at 250, and Ursuline trailing behind in that category, third overall with 151 points. Past the 4-minute and 30-second mark in this duel, the second of 3 duels today from the 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships, one of 6 events that are fully owned by USRowing in order to get people towards the Youth Nationals in Sarasota from June 12th to June 15th.
It does look like Austin continues to take hold of this race as they come into that third 500. Feeling really good, feeling very strong about how they're executing this race here at the Youth Regional Championships in OKC. Parati's still giving a valiant effort here, trying to close the gap, but both crews just looking to continue on their campaign.
We can see that there are some more boats making their way up. As we talked about earlier, coxed 4 coming up, along with double sculls and then single sculls, the first individual events that we have seen on these waters throughout this weekend. In terms of finals, again, finals started off at noon yesterday and stretching towards early afternoon, starting off today at 7:30 in the morning. So we're an hour and 5 minutes through, if you will, and we've still got races going all the way until lunchtime. Austin, meanwhile, continues to set the pace with both teams getting close towards the 500-meter mark right now. This was an interesting race on paper when you took a look at the time trials, with Austin going with 8 minutes and 12.85 seconds, Parati 8 minutes and 12.98 seconds. So 13 hundredths second difference, if you will. Not sure what you can do in 13 hundredths of a second, but nonetheless, Austin is still out in front as they make their way down the Oklahoma River. In that 2 spot, trying to keep it going. We're in the 2 spot as well for the women's youth coxed 4 earlier today and got their first place finish, trying to once again get first place. There would be their second first place of the regatta in terms of competition today. Still going down now. It is still going forward with Austin and Parati again with Elise Bone and crew trailing behind. The men's U17 Cox 4 also getting ready for action right now, approaching the 7-minute mark as we see both boats make their way down the river, getting close towards the 200-meter mark right now. Austin again could be trying to get in towards the top 3 in some of these overall competitors' trophy awards, especially with what could happen later today with all the awards coming up. This will be something that will definitely boost them when it's all said and done. Both teams headed to Sarasota for the Youth National Championships, and it is Austin well out in front. We expected a close race. Austin said, let's win it unofficially, and let's leave no doubt about it as they cross the finish line at around the 7-minute and 40-second mark, and Parati will trail behind in just a few seconds. It goes to the team from the Texas State Capitol in the women's U16 8 race.
And we'll be right back after these messages.
Oklahoma City's alive. It's so fresh, it's so new. Excitement and adventure are waiting for you. With family or friends or a significant other, there's so much to do, seek out and discover. Attractions, museums, pro sports and a zoo, shopping, libations. And did we mention the food? And dozens of districts, each vibe worth exploring. With surprises galore, how could it get boring? Oklahoma City invites your whole crew to come see for yourselves and check out what's new.
So eight races through here from the Oklahoma River. OKC River Sport, the site of the 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships here on overnight and on the banks of the Oklahoma River. Kirsten Haas and Katie Lane back with you from the Gaylord Family Media Center as we're getting set for the men's U17 Cox 4. All the boats currently lined up right now. From lanes 2 through 7, it's Dallas United Crew A, OKC River Sport A, Austin's A side, White Rocks A side, Dallas United Crew B side, and OKC River Sports B side as well. Keeping it all in family so far as the boats wait for the command on the other side of the Oklahoma River. 6 boats in this race. The top 3 go towards the Nationals in Florida. An interesting matchup here when you take a look at all of these teams involved. Dallas United coming in with the most amount of boats and also the most amount of points going into today with 501. OKC River Sport, the home side, has won that overall trophy many times before, especially in the 2010s, with some work to do right now. And Austin, who is either tied or at the very least close to having the most amount of athletes in this tournament, is also making a charge for the overall trophy as well, heading into today 3rd in the men's competitions, 2 in the women's competitions, overall 2nd with 352 points, as we are off in the men's U17 Coxed 4. 8 races down, 20 to go here from OKC River Sport. Still a decent lead out in front for all of these teams. We talked about those top 2, Dallas, OKC, and Austin. In the back, White Rock and Dallas United Crews B side, and OKC River Sport B side as well.
So it's interesting, not only are they looking to defend their home course, but OKC out in lane 3. OKC won the event, the men's U17 Cox 4 at Youth Nationals last year. So certainly with a couple lineup changes, they're going to look to see if they can send this entry back to defend their title in just a few weeks.
So far, it has been an interesting day so far when you take a look at the competition. Not too much parity yesterday, only 2 races where the team in lane 2 did not take first place. So far today, we have seen 3 races in that regards. The most recent one, though, being Austin taking down Parati in the women's U16-8. Either way, both teams are heading towards Sarasota, so all friendly competition for a gold or silver medal. This one, though, more pressing when you take a look at the different time trials. Dallas United Crews A side, 7 minutes and 26.97 seconds in their time trial. OKC River Sport A, 7 minutes and 32.64 seconds. So a chance for Dallas United to try to break through early and potentially often to try to get that first place finish.
Good competitive field here. A lot of overlap in these first couple strokes, the first 500 meters. It looks like we're still charging forward together. A couple bucket rigs, which, again, as I mentioned, they're my favorite. I just think that they just look great, but that's besides the point. But your early leaders are going to be those crews that you can see in the screen here. They had great time trials yesterday. They're looking to fight for that gold medal, the bragging rights, and also a chance to compete for a national title.
I was going to say, you like the bucket rigs a lot. You've also mentioned Texas Rowing Club's boats and their oars down the stretch. But I was going to mention it now, but they don't get back into action until the men's youth pair, which is coming up in roughly 50 minutes, 50 to 55 minutes or so. Past the 2-minute and 30 mark right now in this men's U17 Coxed 4. It is still in front, 2-3-4, Dallas United Crew A, OKC River Sport A, and Austin's A side as well. We've talked about depth throughout this entire tournament, Katie, and we see a lot of these teams, especially in this one, Dallas United and OKC River Sport, some of the premier sides in this regatta, both teams, if you will, putting out more than 50 athletes for this regatta. Very important overall when you try to get those bids for Sarasota. 3 minutes and 15 seconds through. It's still an interesting battle right now, and so far it seems like we might see some action here in lane 3 from OKC River Sport A, who has punched above their weight at times today. Got 3rd from lane 5 in the men's youth 4 earlier today, and also got second in lane 4 from in the men's youth coxed 4. Going forward now, it's still back and forth. Dallas United crew with a little bit of a move here past OKC as we head in towards the back half of this race. So far, some interesting results here from the US Rowing Central Youth Championship, starting off today with that men's 4 category, and things have slowly ran its course as we've come down the stretch. The men's youth cox 4 going in favor of Carson Collins and Texas Rowing Center. The women's youth cox 4 going in favor of Austin Rowing Club in these U17 events coming up. This one followed by the women's U17 thereafter. A chance for some new teams to hoist the trophy, if you will, more like get a gold medal, as they make their way into the back half and past the 4-minute and 30-second mark. You can see the action if you're tuning in on overnight. Here from the 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships, it's Dallas United Crew A in front, and a run as well from OKC River Sport. It's Austin and White Rock in a battle right now for 4th and 5th. Austin having a much better time trial by about 9.7 seconds, but those two looking a little bit close right now. Meanwhile, in the front, it's Dallas and OKC going at each other. They had about a 5.5 second difference in their time trial, keeping things close right now as the boats make their way down the Oklahoma River, just close towards that 500-meter mark right now. Still Dallas United going forward. 34 boats they put out in this regatta, Dallas United. They wanted to try to go with some of the big events, but also some of the smaller ones. A lot of their rowers also doing multiple events, some of them doing 3 events as well.
I have that crew from Dallas United right around a 36 as they come into that last 500 here. They're still in control. Very good, very calm, very collected. If they can just hold this pace and maybe turn it up a little bit coming into the sprint, they should be able to just have a clear shot to the finish. But we'll see what's going to happen with that crew from OKC River Sport in lane 3 to see if they can challenge them.
Dallas United crew now up to 593 points in the overall team points trophy, making their way towards the 200-meter mark on this Sunday morning, trying to get a push forward. So is OKC River Sport, currently 4th overall.
And there goes Dallas United. They've increased their cadence. You can see that there was a big change in boat speed as they came in and approached that last 200 meters. Looks like they will continue to hold off that crew from OKC, but OKC, pending any unforeseen circumstances in the next 20 strokes, they'll have another shot at a national title in just a few weeks. But it is Dallas United.
Dallas United coming with depth. They started off today's competition with a gold medal in the men's youth 4. Their U17 Cox 4 side crosses the finish line. They'll get first. OKC River Sport will get second, and Austin A will get third unofficially. It is another, unofficially, a lanes 2, 3, 4 finish. In 4th place will be White Rock. Making their way down in 5th will be Dallas United Crew B, and making their way down the lanes as well. In lane 7 is OKC River Sport B.
Unofficially, you have Dallas United posting a time of 7:11 to win the men's U17 Cox 4 here in OKC, followed by OKC River Sport A, 3.3 seconds behind him, and Austin A, 8.38 seconds off the leader as well. Unofficially, those are going to be your 3 crews going on to Sarasota for a chance to compete for a national title.
The second chalk race of the day, if you will. The first one coming with the women's youth double sculls, which was taken by Founders A side earlier today.
Coming right back up to the line, we see our next race already coming into the stake boats here. It'll be a 5-boat final here with Ursuline in lane 2, White Rock in lane 3, Dallas United lane 4, OKC in lane 5, and Ursuline B in lane 6. The two programs that represented this event last year at Youth Nationals were White Rock and Austin. We'll have to wait to see on who's going to represent the region this year in just a couple minutes.
White Rock will start off in that second position, 8 minutes, 49.79 seconds on their time trial. Biggest story today is how much does Ursuline hold the pace? Got the lane 2, I should say, with an 8-minute, 10.64 time
and
trial.
Ursuline not having a really clean start. It looked like there was a little bit of a kerfuffle in the first stroke or two for Ursuline, but looks like they're getting it back. That might have put them back just a little bit with lane 3. That's White Rock that got an early jump on that and took advantage of it. But again, that's the first 5 strokes of the race. There's still so much to be had, but good recovery by Ursuline, now trying to come back at that lead in the first 20 strokes here and take it back from White Rock. But early leaders are going to be that crew from White Rock, flanked by both crews from Ursuline in lane 2 and in lane 6. You can see them identified by their bright red boats from this overhead shot above. 40 seconds in, these crews look like they have all exited the breakage zone, indicating that it was a clean start, minus a little kerfuffle or any crabs. Those do not count. But it looks to be White Rock as your early leader. Again, it's so much easier when you're out in front, and then you can lay eyes on the rest of the field. But White Rock only maintaining a lead of about 2.5 seats here. That coxswain of that Ursuline crew in lane 2 sitting right about stroke seat here. So still good overlap in this first minute.
And is still in front. It is White Rock along with Ursuline, Dallas United crew down the middle from your screen if you're tuning in on overnight. You have OKC River Sport in 5, Ursuline B in lane 6. Once again, Ursuline B giving a little bit of a push as well in lane 6, similar to what we've seen throughout this morning, where a lot of teams that field 2 different boats, with one being in lane 2, the other in lane 6. It's the team in lane 6 that tends to, relatively speaking, push the pace, especially early on. Overall, Katie, when you take a look at some of these results today, it was pretty much very chalk yesterday, where we saw so many different races end out 1 through 6 based off lane over. Not the case today so far. Why could that be?
You know, I don't know. You can point our finger at a lot of different things, but I just think it depends on who continues to show up. You know, who continues to wake up and feel rested and ready to attack it. And you can do all the training in the world, but when it comes down to who wants it more, that emotion is going to drive you to do that much more. White Rock looking to, again, defend the title and represent this category again in Sarasota in lane 3. Ursuline B is now starting to challenge them for that lead. You can see him going bow ball to bow ball. I'm still going to give it to White Rock just by a slight advantage. But this would be something, if they came into the finish line right now, I would need a photo finish just to confirm it. But really good effort here by these crews, starting to separate away from the field. White Rock still kind of leading just by about a bow ball, maybe a half a deck over Ursuline in lane 2, but let's not write off Dallas United that are just off the pace here, and Ursuline B to the left side of your screen.
And Ursuline as well, if you don't know right now, an all-girls school based out of Dallas, so in other words, they will just be competing in women's events. Women's team points right now, Ursuline in 3rd with 191. Going back and forth right now with White Rock, who's currently 8th in the women's trophy race with 75 points. Could be a chance for White Rock to jump potentially over Hockaday, who's currently in 7th with 94. Approaching the 3-minute and 30-second mark in this women's U17 coxed 4 race. It is still going back and forth between White Rock in lane 3 and Ursuline A in lane 2.
White Rock still holding on to just that slight advantage over Ursuline B, cruising right around at 37 right now as they come and approach the 1,000-meter mark here. Again, this is just the first half of the race. 2,000 meters seems like quite the long distance, but when you're those athletes sitting there and you're putting in stroke for stroke, it's going to feel very short. These athletes in this event are only going to take at most probably about 225 strokes through this entire race, so they want to be very methodical. They want to be very strategic about where they put their efforts, and I think for these crews, certainly there's qualifications on the line, there's bragging rights, there's medals, but you kind of want to see and just continue to pace off of the other person. So I would not be surprised if we see Ursuline come back in the last half of it and maybe pull something out of their hat and try and overtake White Rock for that first place spot. But either way, these two crews looking really sharp here as they exit the bridges and enter into that second race.
You can see Ursuline in the red, White Rock in fitting fashion in the white. That's your top two race right now. If they hold, they're on their way to Sarasota. Dallas United and OKC Riversport also trailing. As you take a look at Ursuline in that lane 2. First time in lane 2 today for Ursuline. And it'll actually be their first time throughout the entirety of today's races, where they actually start off as the favorites. This might be their best chance of getting gold today. Past the 5-minute mark, still in front, with White Rock also making a little bit of a race as well. About 700, 800 meters out right now from OKC Riversport. A great facility here in Oklahoma City, your home of the 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships, one of 6 US Rowing owned youth championships and regattas across the entire nation. You also have the Southwest Youth Championships going on in Gold River, California right now.
White Rock about a 34 here. Ursuline a little bit higher, pushing closer to a 35. These two crews just going head to head here as they come into that the end of their third 500.
A little bit of a run here from Dallas United, holding the most amount of boats in this race overall, going in third. As we see a little bit of a charge here from Ursuline, with those boats making their way towards the 500-meter mark. It's Ursuline and White Rock. A chance for pride, a chance for Sarasota as well on this Sunday morning, the final day of competition from OKC Riversport in these youth championships.
It does look like Ursuline has been successful in trying to come back on White Rock a little bit. White Rock trying to hang on to a bit of a higher cadence. But Ursuline hanging right with them, White Rock, up around a 37.
Trying to get a bit of a push here. They're within 500 meters. That stroke rate could go up over the coming moments as they find themselves close towards the red zone.
As they enter
just a few seconds.
As they enter the last 250 here, it does look like White Rock up around a 36. Ursuline starting their base before their sprint right about a 34.5, so they are a little bit lower here. But in looking down the field from our vantage point up here in the finish line tower, we do see 3 crews starting to separate a little bit, but let's not underestimate anything from these outside lanes. But coming into the last 250, it continues to be White Rock over Ursuline, followed by Dallas United crew.
There was a 33 to 34 second difference between time trials between the first place Ursuline and the third place Dallas United crew based off time trials. A bit closer today, but still, for the most part, concrete. 7 minutes and 44 seconds through this one.
It is White Rock that is continuing to push the rate. I have them above a 40 now, trying to hold on to that. They need a little bit more stretch in that run to really hold on to it, because here comes Ursuline. Ursuline now starting to push their rate. You start to see that boat speed shift. White Rock with about a half a deck length over Ursuline as they come to the line.
And it's still going back and forth, but it's White Rock and the light gray boat leading the charge right now as they make their way towards the finish line. In lane 3 once again, another upset, if you will. It is going to be White Rock unofficially getting first, Ursuline's A-side second, and it will be Dallas United crew unofficially getting third. Your 3 teams heading to Sarasota in this race. In lane 6, you see Ursuline B heading down the river as they cross the finish line and get 4th, and it will be OKC Riversport in lane 5 getting 5th. We're 10 races through here at the 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships. Lane in race 11, as we see OKC Riversport get closer and closer towards the finish line.
We're going to go ahead and kick it back up to the start, because we do have a start that's already on the course, close to 2 minutes in. This is going to be race number 311. This is going to be the men's U17 double. 6 boats across, Woodlands in lane 2, Woodlands in lane 3, Dallas in 4, Dallas in 5, Dallas in 6, and Parati in 7. So I think talk about representative and depths of programs, the fact that you have so many crews from so many different programs, it's like 3 different sets of duels between A crews and B crews in one event. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Your early leader is going to be that crew from the Woodlands in lane 2 with a commanding lead over the rest of the field as they come into that second 500-meter mark before the bridge. That's going to be the crew from Woodlands, stroked by Esteban Barbosa, doing a nice job asserting their dominance over their competitors here in this men's U17 double.
And you can see in lanes 4 and 5, left side of your screen, it's Dallas A and Dallas B. That's important because that is possibly who could be heading towards nationals. It is that simple. The top 3 teams, even in a 6-boat race, is going to head towards nationals. It makes it a relatively interesting situation down the stretch. The only race of that kind where there are 2 clubs, 2 teams, if you will, from the same club, where one starts off in the 3rd position, lane 4, and the other starts off in the 4th position, lane 5. Meanwhile, it is still the Woodlands crew. Woodlands A, led by Barbosa, and the lane 3 side, which is led by Pickard. Ethan Pickard making their way down. It's Thatcher Kennedy and Ethan Pickard in lane 3, Sean Sue and Esteban Barbosa in lane 2. That race about 3 minutes and 25 seconds in right now, still in the front half of action. Here in the men's U17 double sculls. The women's U17 also coming up in a second. Woodlands will also be a part of that, currently in lane 5. Dallas will not. Founders making a run for that one as well, as they'll have lanes 3 and 4 occupied. Dallas United crew still trying to keep their overall rating with that lane 2 spot in that race coming up. Meanwhile, here in the men's U17 double sculls, we're seeing the boats cross the bridge right now. The I-35 and the US 77 above, the Oklahoma River down below. Woodlands out in front. It's Barbosa and Pickard, the ones right now. Both of them were second, or pardon me, Barbosa and Sue in lane 2, Kennedy and Pickard in lane 3. Pickard and Barbosa for the Woodlands were second in the men's U17 quad sculls earlier this weekend. Some other interesting races as well. Dallas Rowing Club A side and B side. We talked about that earlier. Phoenix Bonewell and Judah Stevens for the A side, and Stefan Bracotna and Adrian Rodriguez for the B side. 4 minutes, getting close towards 5 here from sunny Oklahoma City. The river not shimmering as much as it was when we started competition at 7:30 today. It's slowly gone up into the air on this beautiful Sunday morning here in the Sooner State. All boats now in towards the back half as they try to get their push going.
Lane 2, right around the 32. Continuing to hold a lead over the rest of the field.
So 5 minutes and 25 seconds through. It is still Woodlands in front. A little bit of a push here from Dallas's A side down the stretch in lane 4. They're now in second over Woodlands A, and Dallas's B side trailing behind in 5th, getting close towards that 500-meter mark right now.
That battle for second place is really starting to unfold.
6 minutes through. Here from the 2025 US Rowing Central.
That's going to be lane 2, continuing to hold their lead here, looking really solid. I have them rated a little bit low here.
And still close towards a 4-boat race right now. 6 minutes and 25 seconds through.
Lane 2 cruising right around to 31 and a half here as they approach the final push here at the Central Youth Regionals. Last year it was Episcopal School of Dallas that represented this category at the national stage from this region. We'll have to see who earns the right to represent the Central region this year in just a few minutes. This race for second and third is really starting to build out with Woodlands and Dallas in lanes 3 and 4. Let's go ahead and take a look, if you're on the riverbank, take a look at what's going to unfold here. This final runway to the finish line, the final runway for bragging rights, that gold medal, silver medal, and bronze, all up for grabs here. But it continues to be Woodlands in lane 2, just cruising towards the finish here.
Woodlands trying to get some gold as well, trying to bring their talents towards Oklahoma City, trying to get some qualifications towards Sarasota.
Good change in boat speed here by the Woodlands. Really just started to take off. Good leverage here. You can see the blades release. The boat's not bobbing around too much. 34 as they come into the line.
And they continue to try to push the pace. Went just underneath 7 minutes and 50 seconds on their time trial. Woodlands A will cross the finish line unofficially at around the 7-minute and 41-second mark. It will be the Woodlands B side finishing second and the Dallas A side finishing third. Those are your listings unofficially right now. And the Dallas B side making their way down will finish in fourth, coming in from lane 5. Dallas United's crew and Parati B continuing to make their way down.
All these finishes that we're calling are unofficial. For official results, please visit usrowing.timeteam.com. That'll give you the most updated schedule as well as the results of today's events as well as the rest of the weekend. Coming back up to the start line, we do have the next race already on the blocks. That is going to be the women's U17 double, 6 boats across. This is going to be Dallas United lane 1, Founders A lane, Dallas United in 2, Founders in lane 3, Founders again in 4, Woodlands in 5, Hockaday in 6, and Hockaday in 7.
So another chance for Founders to really extend what has been a superb showing at these sculling events. We've talked about their efficiency going into today, trying to build on that as well.
And they are off. The crew to watch here is going to be Hockaday. Hockaday won the Youth Nationals in the women's U17 double last year with Peyton and Lillian Sells. Peyton actually was just in the women's double with Alyssa Cuban that placed second here at the 2025 USRowing Central Youth Regionals. So Peyton will get another shot at a Youth Nationals title. This time just punching in the next weight class above. So instead of U17, she's now in the women's double with Alyssa Cuban. Again, those two have earned the right to represent Hockaday and the Central Youth region at the USRowing National Championships in Sarasota. Great field shot from above here. All crews still overlapped, holding good lines, good courses here, especially charging lines from lanes 2 and 3 here on the right side of your screen. We'll have to see how this continues to play out as all crews exit the breakage zone of the first 100 meters.
And it starts off with lanes 2 and 3, Dallas United crew and Founders A, that both did really well in their time trials. Just a 0.4 of a second difference between them as they were around the 8-minute and 22-second mark. That's going to be your matchup so far today. Again, Dallas United coming in with the most amount of boats and most amount of points so far in this matchup. You can check all of the rankings. You can also check the trophy matchups going into these races and what we've seen so far over the past couple of days on USRowing's website along with regattacentral.com. You take a look at that race right now. It's transpired throughout. This men's race, interestingly enough, is a two-way tie between Texas Rowing Center and Dallas United with 361 points. In the women's side, it's Dallas United again making a run towards that first spot. 293 points throughout this regatta. Again, in lane 2, going up against Founders, who is currently in 4th with 172 points.
I have lane 2 right around a 39, so a little bit high for this race, but those two athletes are just taking hold of it and running with it here. The crew from Founders in lane 3 holding right with them. It's still anybody's race, but these two crews have certainly set the tone for this event.
2 minutes and 30 seconds through. It's Dallas United and Founders. It's going to be Founders on the right side of your screen in white, and you've got Dallas United on the left side of your screen in the navy blue, making their way towards the double bridges here in Oklahoma City.
Dallas cruising right around a 35, so a little bit higher, overstroking their competitors from Founders who are right around a 33. Again, it's not necessarily the rate that's going to get you in front, it's going to be how you handle it. So some crews prefer to be a little bit higher, be a little bit quicker through the drive, some decide to be a little bit, or harness a little bit more leverage and go a little bit lower to still keep up the boat speed. They're looking for distance per stroke, they're looking for splits, they're looking for seconds and where they can make it up.
So getting close towards the 3-minute and 20-second mark as the teams continue to make their way towards the double bridges. It's Founders and Dallas United. Dallas United in first, Founders in second. Well, those two going back and forth right now. In the third place, it's the Founders B side, which includes Caitlin Vesey and May Sharma. You have some interesting matchups as well. We talked about Founders with Lauren Boswell and Fallon Dorney. You take a look at Lauren Boswell again, 70 inches, 135 pounds. Also a twin, her twin Allison, competing in 3 events overall. Both of them competing in the youth second varsity quad sculls, along with the U17 quad sculls. Both of them getting gold in those events yesterday. A little bit of twin telepathy, if you will. This is the 3rd event for Lauren. Allison will compete later today in the youth novice quad scull.
Dallas continues to hold the lead over Founders as they come through that second bridge, entering that second half of the race here. You know, now it's 1K left, and now it's more of a countdown than a count up. So 1,000 meters or less to go here. But Dallas United, still keeping the cadence a little bit higher than the crew from Founders, continues to hold their bow out in front.
And the same goes towards Ezel and Beck, who is manning the boat right now for Dallas United in lane 2. 1 gold yesterday. Ezel will take part in the second varsity 8s, or rather 1 gold in the second varsity 8s yesterday, and Beck was in the youth 8 as well, the women's youth 8, that is, one of 2 races where lane 2 did not win. We did see that kind of ping pong back and forth to start, and then afterwards it was just chalk. Whoever was in lane 2 was able to get the victory. It's been a little bit of a different story today. A lot of wins coming from lane 2. In fact, most of them have come from lane 2 expectedly. But at the same time, we have seen a few finishes from lane 3 where they have gotten that first place spot.
What I'd love to see here from this angle is you can tell just how good of a line these two crews have. You want to see a straight line, not wavering or anything like that, which just indicates that these athletes, these 4 athletes that we see in our main frame, are just very efficient. They're very intentional, they're confident, they're very composed, and just trying to minimize any risk they have to their boat speed. It continues to be Dallas United out in front, just barely holding off of Founders. Founders making a late charge, but if I know anything about Coach Dylan Chan from Dallas United, he's going to teach his athletes to be relentless. He's going to just keep them high. He's going to say you've got to throw everything that you have at this and don't leave anything behind. Dallas United in lane 1 rowing a Hudson with comp blades. In lane 3, that's going to be a Filippi with smoothies. Coaching preference, but it looks like those comp blades are allowing the crew from Dallas to stay a little bit higher in the rate, which is ultimately paying off for them.
So those two going back and forth as we approach the 6-minute and 30-second mark in this race between Dallas United and Founders, the top 2 most efficient teams so far in these 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships. Founders right now well out in front at 12.286, especially off of these sculling events. Dallas United in second at 7.94. They're making their way towards that 200-meter mark, within the 500-meter mark right now, more towards the 300, 400 as we go along.
Founders has increased their rate to match that of Dallas United. Both crews cruising at a 36 coming into the last 250 here. It's really going to depend on who's going to generate more boat speed, because right now it looks like Founders has almost pulled up even with Dallas United. We are looking for 3 spots to send off to Sarasota, but these 2 here, it's just a tight race going stroke for stroke. I'm going to give the advantage a little bit to Dallas United. It does look like they still maintain about a half a length lead, but let's see what Founders can do in these last 20 strokes to challenge them.
That's your matchup for number 1 right now. You've got 4 other boats contesting for 3 right behind them. We'll get to that in a moment. Within 200 for both Dallas United crew and Founders A side, going back and forth right now, trying to get that number 1 spot. Dallas United just got first in the men's U17 coxed 4, and you also had Founders getting stuff earlier today in the sculls. This has been their event so far, Founders, but Dallas United is getting more out in front. Bells are ringing, 8 minutes through this race in the women's U17 double sculls, and unofficially it will be Dallas United in first and Founders A in second. We'll keep it right here for the third place finish.
This
and
is
it looks like
Founders B joining Founders A to go to Sarasota here. They've opened up the rest of the field, but I like what's unfolding for this last little backpack. You know, you don't want to write anything off just because you might not be out of a medal. There's still bragging rights to be had and points to be gained for the team points trophy. Founders B cruising to the finish line here, still well in control of the back half of the field here. They will earn that unofficially the third place spot to go to Sarasota, joining their teammates from Founders A in lane 2. Coming to the line, it does look like lane 7, a little bit of a steering issue coming out of their lane, impeding on lane 6, which forced them to come down off of their race speed. All 3 crews maintain safe distance, no crashing. Thank you very much, and congratulations to those winners from the women's U17 double.
so 2 consecutive races where it is all chalk going from lanes 2 through 7. Unofficially, it is Dallas United in first, Founders A in second, and Founders B in third as we once again go towards the starting point for the men's youth single sculls final. First individual event today.
6 boats across. We have Porter Collins in lane 2 from Greater Houston. Andrew Johns in lane 3 from Tulsa Youth. Anders Brock Uten from Dallas in lane 4. Matthew Hearn from Greater Houston in lane 5. Andrew Delgado from White Rock in lane 6. And Michael Skimmo from Episcopal School of Dallas in lane 7. This is the men's youth single scull. No repeats from last year's youth nationals, so last year's youth nationals were all different athletes, all different programs, so we're excited to kind of see what these 6 athletes can do in this event.
13 races down, 15 more to go, including the one you see on your screen, just waiting for the command in that one. 28 races today, 20 of which, the first 20 in that regards, for national qualifications for the Youth National Championships in Sarasota, Florida, running from June 12th to June 15th. It's been a mad dash over the next few weeks or so, starting here in Oklahoma City and also in Gold River, California, spreading to multiple cities across the country to see who will compete to be the best youth rowers in the nation. And we're off in the men's youth single sculls. It's sure to be an interesting one here from River Sports OKC. And once again, it is Porter Collins getting out to a ferocious lead in lane 2. So is Anders Brock Uten in lane 4. Porter Collins took the time trial pretty convincingly with 7 minutes and 46.57 seconds in his race. Also had the first spot in the youth time trial last year, ended up falling to Harry Godin, who is going to be in the U17 single sculls race this year. His challenger right now, it's Brock Uten from Dallas. And you can see from the overhead shot here, you can see Collins getting out more in front. Rowing runs in his family. Rowing runs through what he does with Greater Houston Rowing Club. 3 participants from Greater Houston Rowing Club, 2 in this race, including lane 5, Matthew Hearn.
I have Porter Collins right around 36 here in lane 2, just looking really smooth here, representing Greater Houston, as Mihir said. Just what an amazing start here. He's just making this look so easy. You know, minute and a half in, he's already gained open water over the field. He's looking composed. You know, you can tell that he's put some mileage in this boat. You know, he's put some mileage in it to not only get the distance per stroke, but just to remain calm. If you take a look at the distance between puddles here, he's getting some really good run off that boat, which just means that he is composed, that he is fluid, that he's aware of how his body moves against the boat speed, or moves with the boat speed, I should say.
This is a really, really big lead. I'd probably say 3 to 4 boat lengths worth.
I would say even more than that. But let's take a look back and what we see from lanes 3, 4, and 5. It does look like lane 4, that's going to be Brock Uten from Dallas does look like a little bit of a steering issue, but he was able to course correct and come back into it. But nice fight coming from lanes 3, 4, and 5 for that next place spot.
And that's your battle right now. You can still see Brock Uten holding that second position, but a little bit of a challenge from Hearn, who is also representing Greater Houston in lane 3, Andrew Johns. He and Will taking part in a lot of these single and double competitions. Andrew Johns actually saying earlier this week one thing that he likes about rowing is that he loves the ability to push himself both physically and mentally and have the opportunity to row in college, taking part in these single sculls event. If you can see on your screen, Porter Collins has, for the most part, left the picture. You can see him in the lower bottom right corner, barely. 3 minutes in, he has a significant lead on the rest of the competition. Biggest lead we've seen so far in these finals, as you see the rest of the 3 boats behind him. Again, we talked about Collins in the youth single sculls, got second last year. This is his revenge tour. Again, it helps with no Godin in the running as well. Greater Houston Rowing Club based in Sugar Land, Texas. And again, you have a lot of those teams that are really trying to push the pace, if you will, especially from the Houston area. You've got Greater Houston. You also have the Woodlands as well, who have picked up some results in this competition. Just got second in the men's U17 double sculls just 2 races ago, and Porter Collins, underneath 4 minutes, has already crossed one of the bridges, and actually now the second one, as he makes his way towards the back 1,000. Just continuing to set the pace.
I have Porter Collins looking still smooth at a 34.5, 35 here, as he is the first to embark on the second 1K of his 2K here. His road to Sarasota is wide open and ready for him.
Have you ever, as a former college coach yourself, have you ever had an athlete that dominates in an event like Collins?
I mean, absolutely. When you're lucky enough to have athletes that are just so focused in and just so committed to the process, and not only committed, but they're very ambitious to go after the goals that they set. You know, it's such a pleasure to work with athletes and support them on their journey. And I think with Porter Collins, you know, there's certainly a lot of effort that's gone in, a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes that we don't see here, and that takes a village. It takes coaches, it takes parents, friends, supporters, teammates, competitors, but he is just rowing like a true champ here, and I'm excited to see what he continues to do, not only on the rest of this course here in OKC, but on the national stage in Sarasota.
So the rowers are making their way down the river right now. You can see Collins out in front. You can see some other rowers as well making their way towards the back stretch, trying to do something to try to get their ticket punched towards Sarasota. A lot of them taking part in some multiple events, either at the doubles level or in quads, especially in sculls. You can see the rest of the pack right now. You can see Collins along with some of the other boats. Lane 5, a decent push from his teammate, Collins' teammate Hearn, in 5, along with Delgado in 6 for White Rock, and then from Episcopal School of Dallas, Michael Skimmo. Still a bright, sunshiny day here from Riversport OKC.
Porter Collins is no stranger to the national scene. Last year, he placed 3rd in the U17 men's single at the Youth National Championships, only about 10 seconds off of first place. So I think he's certainly taken his results from the past, gone back to work this year, and now as he enters in the next category up, you know, it looks like he's set up for success. You know, certainly he's going to have some competition coming from the rest of the regions, but we'll have to see who the players are in these upcoming weeks that he'll take on. But the fact that he's already seen a national title already and gotten that honors and recognition, you know, he's certainly one to keep an eye on.
Certainly one to keep an eye on, and it helps too with his family around him. Caroline, his sister, and also his dad too. Porter, also named Porter Collins, a 2-time Olympian, participated with the United States in both the 1996 and the 2000 Olympics in the men's 8 event. As here comes Collins, he's close towards the water slide right now, and the stand from our vantage point, far side. He's within 250 meters right now.
And he's still cruising right at that same 35 that we clocked him at the beginning. He's just so composed, and this is this is just a walk in the park for him. Certainly he's challenged by the other competitors, but he is just staying so true to his race plan here, not moving, not jumping all over the place. And as he looks to finish this, it's just putting a cap on a pretty successful season so far.
Pretty successful season, and representing Greater Houston well in the Sugar Land area. He's within 100 meters right now. One of the biggest races for him this season. It's only going to get bigger as he heads back towards Sarasota for the national championships in a few weeks. Porter Collins, in convincing fashion, unofficially will take first place in this event, as we see a run now from Johns as well. Collins will cross the finish line under 8 minutes to go, as we see Johns in lane 3 from Tulsa Youth falling behind, and he will get second, unofficially getting there with around 8 minutes and 5 seconds. And getting third will be Matthew Hearn. So Greater Houston, with only 3 entries into this 2025 U.S. Youth Central Regional Championships, will get 2 bids towards Sarasota. In Dallas, Anders Brock Uten started off really well, but he will end out in 4th. In lane 7, it will be Episcopal School of Dallas's Michael Skimmo getting 5th, and White Rock's Andrew Delgado getting 6th. Another race has already started. It's the women's youth single sculls, lanes 2 through 7. It's Alice McCormick from Episcopal Collegiate School, Enya Krathhouse from Woodlands, Carolina Lotrian from Founders, Ava Thigpen from Hockaday, Allegra Bassanese from Mile High, and Rhiannon Hockey from Kansas City.
This is sure to be an exciting race. Episcopal Collegiate has only sent 1 entry, and that's going to be Alice McCormick here in lane 2. She is the sole representative of her program, so we'll have to see if she can represent her program on the grand stage in just a few weeks. She had a great weekend last weekend, coming in 2nd at the Dogwood Juniors. Now she's competing against other people, but what a beautiful race that's unfolding in front of our eyes here with a stroke-for-stroke lead from those 2 lanes. That's going to be Enya and Carolina out in lanes 3 and 4 from Woodlands and Founders, just going stroke for stroke, still very early on in this race. And then Alice and Ava, lanes 2 and 5, going together for that 3rd, 4th spot. Really good stuff here happening. It's funny because there's also a lot of maturity that's coming through here. We see the NCAA recruiting process get earlier and earlier, especially within women's rowing. Lanes 2 and 3, they're both juniors, and they're already verbally committed to places. Whereas you see in lane 5, that's going to be Ava Thigpen from Hockaday, a senior. She is committed and headed to MIT Lightweight Women next fall. This is quite a field of competitive athletes.
And they're showing it out early in this one. This is the women's youth single sculls as we head towards the back half of competition here at day 3 of the 2025 U.S. Central Youth Championships. A lot of racers out right now. Again, 6 on the course. The top 3 will head towards the Youth National Championships in Sarasota. A few more results to go in that regards. In general, not including this race, 6 more that involve national qualifications, and then the last 8 races today will be for novice spots. Nonetheless, it still is a part of the trophies that will be handed out at the end of this competition. Multiple trophies around, including for men's competitions and the women's, also for sculling, efficiency, and of course, the biggest one, the overall team points trophy. You can check that out on USRowing's website and regattacentral.com.
Continues to be Founders. That's Carolina Lotrin in lane 4 with a slight advantage over Woodlands Enya in lane 3. I've got Carolina going right about a 32, still staying pretty low, pretty long. What I like about seeing in these front athletes here is that they're really considering and they're aware of the distance per stroke. They're aware of how they leverage and how to really use that to your advantage. In a single, it's all about you. You can't point the blame at anybody else. You've got to take accountability for what you're doing. And Enya is certainly doing that now with putting a move on that may have successfully overtaken Founders in lane 4 by just about a half a deck.
Those 2 are just going back and forth. So is McCormick as we get close towards the 4-minute mark in that one as the rowers make their way towards the double bridges. The I-35 and the US 7 rattling above them, and right now on the Oklahoma River through the heart of Oklahoma City and the Bricktown District. This is the 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships, one of 6 regattas happening nationwide, owned by USRowing in terms of qualification for nationals. Got some other stuff that is affiliated, so all 50 states will be represented in that regatta.
So here we are with a great shot as they come out of the bridge. These athletes are now entering in that second half of their race here. So this is where a race plan really comes into play. So you don't really want to go and stray too far off of what you had planned. You want to be very, again, strategic and very methodical about how you're going to execute it. I think Enya from the Woodlands has established herself as the leader for this 500 here out there in lane 3. We'll have to see how this continues to unfold, but I think from what I could tell right before we switched the camera angle that Alice McCormick from Episcopal in lane 2 started to move back out. So she may be an athlete that is more of the endurance, the body athlete, not worrying too much about the start, but just really relying on her training and her persistence in the body.
A 0.3 of a second difference between Alice and Enya in their time trial, so this could be a close race down the stretch. We're past the 5-minute mark with all boats past the bridges. They're into the back half here from River Sport OKC on this Sunday morning. The most geographically diverse race of this entire regatta. Arkansas, Texas, Colorado, and Missouri represented, and to our knowledge, it is Arkansas's only representation in this regatta, with McCormick in lane 2 with Episcopal Collegiate School based in Little Rock.
I have Enya in the Woodlands ranked at right about a 34 stroke per minute, so she's bumped up her rate about 2 beats from where she was in the first 1K. With Alice McCormick, same thing, coming about a 33.5. Really looking smooth as they take ownership to that third 500 here of this final A in the women's youth single.
And it is still Enya going forward for the Rowing Club of the Woodlands. Again, one of the premier clubs, if you will, especially in this greater Houston area. Decided to send a lot of people here towards Oklahoma City for this tournament.
And both these athletes, this is going to be lanes 2 and 3, Alice and Enya. They're 2026s, so they're juniors in high school, so they still have one more year to give this a go. So to add this to your resume, to add this to your list of accomplishments, this has to feel really good. And the fact that they're continuing to get this much exposure and this much experience in competitive level racing can only benefit them moving forward.
And Enya continues to just traverse down the Oklahoma River right now. A decent lead on McCormick along with Lotrian, who is in lane 4. Seven minutes through this race as the boats are now within 500 meters from the finish line. Woodlands trying to get back on the podium. Did so just most recently with the men's U17 double sculls and many other events today. Another good sculling school here, the Woodlands.
Episcopal School of Dallas sent an entry to Youth Nationals last year in the single. That was going to be Nina Raston, who graduated. She finished 6th in the final C. Let's see if Alice McCormick can not only earn her spot to compete in Sarasota, but to see if she can best her teammates' finish from last year.
So McCormick out in lane 2. It's Enya in 3, and an interesting battle right now in lane 4 and 5 for third between Lotrian and Thigpen, both of which already heading to Sarasota based off previous results in some different events. But can they compete individually at the nation's highest stage? That's later on. Let's get back to the main action.
I have Enya bumping up her rate to a 34.5. She's still very much in control of this narrative here. She's got nothing but open water to the finish line here. Alice McCormick increasing her cadence here for this last push. I have her right around a 36.5. So really good stuff as they look to wrap up their campaign here at regionals here in OKC. Unofficially, that will be Enya representing the Woodlands, punching her ticket to Sarasota, followed by the sole entry from Episcopal Collegiate School of Alice McCormick next to the line. Coming up behind here, you see a late charge here from lane 6. That's going to be Allegra from Mile High, looking to challenge the boat from Founders, looking to challenge Carolina, but she is already through the line. Carolina unofficially earning that third spot to go to Youth Nationals.
So as it looks like right now, unofficially, it is the Woodlands first, Episcopal Collegiate School second, Founders third, Hockaday fourth, Mile High fifth, and Kansas City Boat Club sixth. And just like that, we go straight from the women's youth single sculls to the men's youth pair, which is underway and in the first minute right now. Moving from second lane to seventh lane, it is Texas Rowing Club A, Texas Rowing Club B, Parati, White Rock, Dallas United Crew A, and Mile High A.
So great pack charging out of the blocks here. This is going to be lanes 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, 4, and 5, excuse me, still staying strong together. This is going to be a pair, so really good communication, good balance between these two athletes is going to be the key to success. I'm going to give it the early lead to Texas Rowing Club B in lane 3, just by about a bow ball, but they're going right there with their partners in lane 2. It's important to note in here that there is a ringer in Parati. Jay Kirk finished 5th at the Youth Nationals in the A-level final in this event. He's switched pair partners. He's with Enzo Rodriguez this year. Last year he was with Patrick McKenna. But let's see if Jay can not only punch their way back, but get that chance to earn a national title again. So he finished 5th in the nation last year. That is stroke seat Jay Kirk from Parati, now joined by Enzo Rodriguez in lane 4. And right now they're still in contention. Let's see what this race has to offer them.
You talked about communication earlier, Katie, and I think especially with Kirk, changing that partner. What is that process like to, once again, try to get back to that level of chemistry and communication?
I think it takes time, and it takes a willingness from both sides. It's not just Jay's boat to be had. There's got to be a unity within them. There's got to be an understanding that they're working towards the same goal, that it's not just filling a seat, it's earning a seat. So I'm sure that Jay had to earn his seat back this year to be able to compete at this level in this event. So it wasn't just anything that was handed on a silver platter. I think with a pair, because again you don't have a coxswain, a lot of these boats have tow steering. Some opt to take the wiring out and just steer by pressure, but it has to come with a lot of patience and a lot of trust. You can't get into a pair and just say, okay, we're going to go ahead and do our best. There really needs to be an understanding. You may get frustrated at times. It may not go the way that you want, but to be able to sit, say timeout, regroup, and how do we move on from here? How do we grow? Those are going to be the athletes that are going to see the most success in this type of event.
On a beautiful Sunday morning in Oklahoma City, about 2 hours through the competition here at the 2025 U.S. Rowing Central Youth Championships. Temperatures currently sitting around 60 degrees right now. It could feel a little bit warmer if you are outside on the banks today, especially with the sunlight. Temperatures expected to get to about 71 degrees right now. It's overall really nice, really mild weather here in the Sooner State. As we see the boats cross that 1,000 meter mark, it is once again Texas Rowing Club in front with one of their team captains, Carson Collins, on bow and James Jeffrey on stroke.
They're joined to lead this pack by their teammates in lane 3. Both these Texas boats just asserting dominance over the rest of the field as they come into that second 1K. These athletes are likely going to have trained a lot together, whether it's doing sprint pieces together or just getting some good mileage in. The fact that they can understand one of the competitors that are out here gives them that much more of an advantage.
So now we're seeing most of the boats making their way past the double bridges. They're into the back 9 on the shimmering Oklahoma River, part of the North Canadian River Network that stretches across the entire Sooner State, and then you can look at how the different rivers connect at your own leisure. Nonetheless, 4 minutes and 30 seconds now in. It's still Texas Rowing Club in front again, going in that double tandem in the top 2 spots. The A team, Carson Collins and James Jeffrey. The B team, Frederick Ellis and Hendricks Hazelwood. And then you also have in lane 4 with Jay Kirk and Enzo Rodriguez.
I have Texas Rowing Center A in lane 2 punching right about a 36. I have Texas Rowing B right around a 34, so they're a little bit under. But both these crews just staying really calm, really consistent. Again, we take a look at how the boat's moving in the water. There's not really too much check. They're just doing a really nice job taking ownership to the work that needs to be done.
So that's the meat of this race, if you will, per se, both with the middle part of the course, but also with trying to get that qualifications. There's also a good race out from lane 7. That's the Mile High Rowing Club A pair with James Monkley and Jacob Pfeiffer, two guys that actually have some interesting backstories. Pfeiffer is top 5 in the U.S. for humorous interpretation as he competes nationally in speech and debate. And Monkley, originally from New Zealand, his oldest brother rode at Harvard, said he really misses New Zealand's savory pies. A little bit of a trivia question for you, Katie Lane. What was the first ever collegiate sporting event held in the United States? I'll give you a hint. It was in this sport.
It was the Harvard-Yale race, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Of course it was. Jeez, you had me on the edge of my seat here. It's going to be really embarrassing if I got that wrong. But
I only give toss-ups. I only give toss-ups.
Coming into the last 500 meters, it does look like we have all 6 crews now within the final push here in the men's pair at the 2025 Central Youth Regional Championships. We continue to see it being led by the gentleman out there in lane 2 from Texas Rowing Center, followed closely by their teammates in lane 3, as well as White Rock, it looks like, in lane 5, have started to overtake that crew from Parati.
And it is still in front with all racers now within 500 meters. It's Collins and Jeffrey in that lane 2 for Texas Rowing Center A, getting within 200 meters right now. Continuing to push the pace here. Again, Texas Rowing Center, one of the premier sides at this tournament, came into today with the most amount of points in the men's in terms of that trophy with 297. It is once again Texas Rowing Center leading the charge here. Final 100 for Collins and Jeffrey on their way towards a first place finish unofficially.
They are at a 41 as they come to the line. Their teammates understroking him a little bit. They are right around a 38. The push here from lane 5 and lane 6. Let's go ahead and that's going to be lane 7. This is going to be a fight to that line.
Close. So it's going to be Texas Rowing Club B getting second. Mile High continues to push from lane 7, and unofficially they might get that third place spot and might be on their way to Sarasota.
Parati stroked by Jay Kirk out there in lane 4, now through the line. Unfortunately, unofficially, just missing out that opportunity to go back to Sarasota in this event. Coming to the line now, this is going to be Dallas United in lane 6 to round out an exciting field in the men's youth pair. Well done, all athletes. We'll take it back up to the start line for the start of the next race.
Just one more stat about that men's youth pair, Katie. Mile High coming in from lane 7, third place overall. The first time in today's races we have seen a team from lane 7 qualify for nationals, and it was also the case yesterday as well. The highest placement was in the women's U17 quadruple sculls, with Austin landing in 4th. Now back up towards the starting point. It's the women's youth pair final.
We have 6 boats across here. In lane 2, we have Dallas United. Lane 3, Parati. Lane 4, Hockaday. Lane 5, Mile High A. Lane 6, Mile High B. And lane 7, Dallas United B. And they are off the blocks. All crews trying to get as far away from the blocks as early as you can to establish their lead, but what a good shot over here watching the boats come up to full racing potential. It does look like those crews from Dallas United in lane 2 and Mile High in lane 5 are going to be the quickest ones off the block, but let's not underestimate Parati, who's now shifting into the body of their race, coming off of their high strokes. They're going to look to hit their body cadence pretty early and just settle in for quite a ride. This entry here from Hockaday is the only sweep entry from the program today. This is going to be Fenley Ober, who's a junior, and Alyssa Cuban, who's a senior. In talking to Alyssa Cuban, her favorite part of racing is fresh lineups where, quote, you have everything to gain and nothing to lose, referring to her pair race, the only sweep entry for the program. So this will be Alyssa's 3rd time down the course this weekend and her 3rd and final time. So let's see what they can turn out for this Hockaday entry in the women's youth pair. Dallas and Austin were the representatives from this region last year at this event. So we'll see if Mile High can maybe squeak in there this year, or Parati to switch up the pecking order here. From this shot, it continues to be lane 2. That is the crew from Dallas United, stroked by Ellie Noonan, out there in lane 2 with a strong charge on the field. I don't want to say commanding lead, but they have a strong charge to assert themselves coming into that first 500-meter mark here in OKC.
And just fresh off of the 3rd place finish unofficially for both Monkley and Pfeiffer of Mile High Rowing Club. Their sides for the women's youth pair in lane 5, Frances Recton and Violet Turner. In lane 6, Mia Lindstrom and Emma Balberson, trying to once again get on the podium, steal a bid potentially, but it still feels like it is still lane 2, setting the pace early and often with Dallas United's crew. They're starting up in front, and Parati is now in second, or rather trying to push towards that second position. Mile High's A squad with Recton and Turner also pushing in that regards. It was a 3-second difference between Hockaday and Mile High. Hockaday currently in lane 4 right now, in that top 4 position, in that middle left part of the course. Roughly a 3-second difference. Hockaday went 8 minutes, 28.44 seconds in their time trial. Mile High just 3.03 seconds behind. Could be a tight race to decide qualifications. Mile High has already stolen one today, and it's also one of their first times on the podium and sending boats towards Sarasota. Approaching the 3-minute mark now in this race. The women's youth pair, we still got after this 4 different races that are going to go on that pertain to national qualifications. After that, 8 races that will be at the novice level. In other words, they will race today and they'll get their trophies. It'll be a part of it, but they won't be on their way to Sarasota, at least in that race.
So if we take a look at lane 2, who continues to hold the lead, that's going to be Elle Noonan and Olivia Bentoncourt. Olivia, only a sophomore, graduating in 2027, will have a couple more years at this level at the regional championships, couple more years to punch some results at Sarasota. Ellie Noonan graduating this year and headed to SMU, that's Southern Methodist University, to continue her collegiate career next year. So this is her final chance to compete at that junior national level before she bumps up a category to start her collegiate career. Right now they continue to hold open water over the rest of the field out there in their light blue Hudson. Looking really composed, just looking like they're working well together. That's Olivia turning around just to maintain that she's got a good line coming into the bridge, looking confident.
Looking confident and strutting it across the I-35 bridge here from the Oklahoma River. A lot of things to do in this area, especially Bricktown, which is somewhat of a tributary to this, if you will. Especially a good entertainment district in Oklahoma, and as you can expect, a lot of brick there. A beautiful shot of the course here from Oklahoma City, the site of the 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships. You also have the Southwest one wrapping up today near Sacramento, a few others starting off next week in New Jersey and Georgia.
If you're following along on the riverbank or following along at home, for official results, please visit usrowing.regatta.timeteam.com. Big thanks to Overnight Productions as well as Riversport OKC Productions for bringing you this coverage. As I mentioned earlier, there's over 8 cameras capturing this event today, 6 on land and 2 in the air. There's nothing quite like it, so big kudos to those guys and everybody who makes this event not only possible, but coverage distributed everywhere.
Really good facilities here at Riversport OKC, as all racers are now within the last 1,000 miles of this great facility. Again, we'll be host to canoe slalom at the 2028 Summer Olympics, based out in Los Angeles, but also doing some stuff here. And then softball will also be based here. Again, the Women's College World Series done here. So again, Oklahoma City, known for the sports that people care about, and the Olympics will be coming here for that culture. We'll be growing a lot of stuff as well.
Great shot here of Elle and Olivia just continuing to crank on it here in lane 2, holding their lead. They're low. They're about a 31.5, not really higher than 32, but again, just getting good efficiency on that blade. They're jumping off the footboards, getting good leverage, getting good suspension, and just continuing to just cruise right along while they maintain contact, eye contact that is, over the rest of the field.
So it's Noonan and crew in first, and Parati, Hockaday, and Mile High fighting for second and third. One of those crews will not make it towards Sarasota. A lot of these athletes as well doing their final racing in this event. You can see the facility again. 6 minutes and 45 seconds through this race. Everybody within 500 meters or close to 500 meters now. It is still going to be Dallas United crew out in front as they make their way toward the stands and make their way towards the red zone, if you will. Still going down. It is still Dallas United, again, coming in with the most amount of boats in this regatta, trying to once again show out and send a lot of people with a chance to get some national accolades later this year. Dallas United 675 points in the overall team trophy. They're still going down as their top team with El Noonan and some others will make their way down to the final 200.
So Parati in lane 3 looking to hold on to that second place spot here in the women's youth pair. That is going to be Ava Andrews and Juliet Bone, both seniors. Juliet headed to Stanford Lightweight Women, and Ava Andrews staying right here on this course, headed to University Central Oklahoma. Really good work here, getting some good strokes in, and they are on their way, pending any unforeseen circumstances here, to a bid for a national title.
Dallas United got the first gold medal of the day today. It's Betancourt and Noonan crossing the finish line just above 8 minutes or so on the course. Following right behind them will be Parati, and right after that will be in lane 4, Hockaday.
Fenley Obert and Alyssa Cuban from Hockaday rounding out their campaign here. Good high fives, good teammates, thanking each other for their efforts, getting them to where they are. That is going to be Mile High next to the line in lane 5. With 2 boats to go, we've got lane 6 and lane 7. That's going to be Dallas United B and Mile High B. Again, great dual representation from the program, showing the depth of the program. Love to see athletes getting some good small boat skill, especially as they look to continue their careers in college, where it becomes more of a big boat game.
So Mile High B will cross just underneath 9 minutes, and Dallas United's B crew will place 6th. It's been an interesting day so far. 28 races here from Riversport OKC. We are 16 races through as race 17 is coming up in a few moments. It's the Open Gender Youth Double Sculls with Tulsa's Youth A side and Tulsa's Youth B side.
We can take a time to check in with the points trophies. Dallas United continues to run away with the lead with 675 points in the overall team points, followed by Austin with 512, Texas Rowing Club with 413, and OKC Riversport at 357. If we go back to the men's team points, Dallas United continues to take charge there with just a slight lead over Texas Rowing Center. Dallas United posting 366, Texas Rowing Center with 361. So depending on how these next events play out, that could change the order. Dallas United, though, I don't think is going to be challenged for that top ranking, though, for overall team points. Sculling points, Founders continues to lead the charge with 201 over Woodlands with 187, Texas Rowing Center with 181 coming up right behind him. And as far as women's team points, Austin Rowing Center 331 taking the lead over Dallas United with 309. So again, pretty close margins here. Depending on how the performance goes for the rest of these races, it could be anyone's game, but it's going to take a lot to try and overturn that Dallas United crew out of the overall team points.
So a minute into this Open Gender Youth Double Sculls against Tulsa Youth A and Tulsa Youth B, both of them on their way to Sarasota right now. Tulsa Youth currently 17th overall in the overall team points trophy with 14, just behind Greater Houston, again, who had a really, really good showing earlier today in the single sculls. And doing so with Porter Collins again, getting out to a good lead in front, easily taking that first place position. And you also had Matthew Hearn, also of Greater Houston Rowing Club, getting 3rd, but that's pretty much it. You have Caroline Collins as well, Porter's sister, that is going to be on the water later today.
Tulsa is new to this category here. There was only 4 entries at the 2024 Youth National Championships in this Open Gender Youth AA final, and that was from Oregon, St. Andrews, Zlack, and Norwalk River Rowing last year. Tulsa looking to now take their turn and compete for a national title in this event this year at the 2025 Youth National Championships.
So in one boat, it's going to be in lane 2. That is, it's going to be Andrew Johns and Natalie DiGiacomo. In lane 3, it's Joe Pace and Mary Jane Schenk. Again, both for Tulsa Youth Rowing Association, just up the I-44 from here. Still continuing to push the pace with 2 minutes and 39 seconds in. And again, it's hard to call it uncontested, Katie, and but in ways it is, especially knowing that it is the same club going up against each other.
Totally. Taking a look at these entries from Tulsa, there's a small handful of athletes that are here. So taking a look at Natalie as well as Andrew Johns, they both have raced multiple times this weekend. Natalie in the women's youth single as well as the women's youth quad. Andrew Johns having competed in the men's youth double as well as the men's youth single. So definitely multiple races for these athletes. Anytime that you can get the chance to come down the course is just more strokes that you can add under your belt, adding to your experience and being able to hone in on your skill sets and your mentality.
3 minutes and 35 seconds into this race. Down on the Oklahoma River, part of the North Canadian network, if you will. The North Canadian River doesn't stretch anywhere close towards Canada, but nonetheless, it does stretch all across the Sooner State. Again, we talked about that, and again, for 7 miles through Oklahoma City, it is officially called the Oklahoma River to pay homage to, again, the Sooner State, as we see the crew in lane 2, that is Johns and DiGiacomo, getting a little bit ahead of Pace and Schenk. Named in 2004 and features 3 low-water computer-controlled dams and 2 remotely operated locks to maintain adequate water levels for vessels within the 7-mile stretch. It is what makes the Oklahoma River the Oklahoma River. And again, you talk about some of the entertainment aspects of this area, Bricktown as well, as we see the racers make their way past the bridges overhead on the Oklahoma River. You look at the river cruises as well in Bricktown, very close by. It's part of the North Canadian River, a tributary of the Canadian River that stretches across the state, and it goes all the way towards the Arkansas River, which starts in Colorado and then meanders all the way to the Mississippi River near Arkansas. That's your little river history for you on this Sunday morning. We're 5 minutes through in this open gender youth double sculls between Tulsa's Youth A side and Tulsa's Youth B side on this Sunday morning. As we mentioned before, a few competitions, a few matchups, if you will, in this open gender youth double sculls, especially at the national level, but here it all belongs to Tulsa, who will be on their way to Sarasota regardless of who finishes first in this race. Currently 9:57 right now. We started action about 2.5 hours ago here from River Sport OKC in the central part of the Sooner State, the first U.S. Rowing Youth Championship of the season. You also have the Southwest one in Gold River, California, a couple of others. You've also got the Southeast in Gainesville, Georgia, and one on the East Coast in New Jersey next week. And a couple others, one in Washington State and the other in Massachusetts. Make sure all the regions are connected, and a couple of scholastic competitions as well, more importantly affiliated competitions with U.S. Rowing, some of which are taking place in the Midwest, others in the Northeast. Make sure everybody has the opportunity to compete at nationals.
Fun fact, Natalie Giacomo in lane 2, that stroke seat, she's actually going to be staying here on these home waters, headed to Central Oklahoma for her collegiate career starting in the fall. So the fact that she's getting some good repetition here in this river, it's not her first time to this river, and it certainly will not be her last, both in training or competition. She'll just move into a new boathouse right down the road from this finish line tower where we sit here. But for now, we'll just welcome her into the last 250 here on this race course as they look to continue to open up the lead over their teammates in lane 3.
So those are the two making their way down the river right now. Again, overall points for Tulsa Youth, 14, currently 17th overall, set to leapfrog over Greater Houston regardless of the result. Again, if you take a look at some of these other clubs, Wichita 18th, Episcopal Collegiate School with Alice McCormick as their sole representative, also in 18th with 8 points, and then Kansas City Boat Club in 20th, courtesy of Brandon Hockey earlier today. In towards the final 200 of this open gender youth double sculls. Again, the youth side, that is the A side, had an 8-minute 17.98 time trial, 20 seconds or so faster than their B side, which is just a little bit behind them right now. On their way to Sarasota in hopes of trying to get gold in that category. 8 minutes through. Again, a very consistent race for both sides. And after this, we're headed back to the individual events, the men's U17 single sculls and the women's U17 single sculls as well. Meanwhile, the Tulsa Youth A side making their way down with DiGiacomo and Johns, stroke for stroke right now. Making their way across. A solid finish as they'll get across the line with roughly 8 minutes and 25 seconds elapsed. Meanwhile, we'll see the B side trail a little bit behind, and they'll cross about 10 seconds later in second place. Unofficially, it is a 10.01 second difference between the A side in first and the B side in second. And you can see the shots from this Oklahoma River as we head back towards the starting point now. For the men's U17 single sculls, from second to seventh, it's the Woodlands' Harry Godin, or Godin, pardon me. It's Dallas's Jackson Peltier, Dallas United Crew's Andrew Moyer, Tulsa Utes' Will Johns, Dallas's Judah Stevens, and Woodlands' Ethan Pickard. So a couple of entries for Woodlands. You've got some Dallas representation as well. Maybe a chance for a couple of podium spots. We shall see as depth continues to build. Waiting for the command at the start. This is the third to final race involving national qualifications. Single sculls in the women's U17 coming up, along with the mixed youth inclusive double sculls, which will be uncontested with Texas Rowing Club. After that, it's all novice races from here on out. Still awaiting the command from the starting point. Woodlands starting off in that favorite position with Godin, who took the youth single sculls race last year. And they're off.
Great start here. The only one kind of off the pace right out of the blocks is going to be lane 5. That's going to be Will Johns, just slightly off the pace, but still plenty of race to be had. Your early leader, again, is going to be Harry Godin from the Woodlands that Mihir just mentioned. Harry not only won this race last year, but he finished 5th in the men's U17 Final A at the 2024 Youth National Championships, 2 places behind Porter Collins, who we just saw won the men's youth single. So both of these athletes have had tremendous experience at the competitive level, at the junior national level. Let's see what this race has in store for Harry and if he can get back and best his finish in Sarasota this year. Again, he placed 5th last year. He's graduating year 2027. Let's see what he does in today's regional competition.
And an interesting matchup down the stretch too. A decent start from Johns and also Stevens in 6. 1 minute through this race. You've got Dallas with 2 entries, Woodlands with 2 entries, Dallas United represented by Andrew Moyer, and Tulsa Youth represented by Will Johns. Trying to make their way towards Sarasota. Again, only 1 minute and 25 seconds through, Katie. And again, it's one thing to be out on the river and go basically travel 2 kilometers from one side to the other. How challenging is it to do it by yourself?
Well, it just becomes an individual game, right? Like any sport. If you're going out for a run by yourself, if you're playing being a singles player in tennis, it's just very individual. You've got to know yourself. You've got to know your limits. Right? You can't point the blame at anybody else but yourself, so it's got to be very internal. I think the athletes that are successful in the singles categories are ones that are a little bit more mature from an athletic mindset perspective. You know, they know how to manage stress really well. Most of them know how to manage their time really well. They're very organized. Again, I'll use that word methodical. They're very composed and require a level of discipline that is maybe a little bit higher than their peers when it comes to training.
Still making their way through, getting close towards the 2-minute and 30-second mark. Very even right now between the 6 boats, especially those on the ends, if you will, with Woodlands, with Harry Godin, along with Jackson Peltier of Dallas. You can see from this overhead shot, you can really see where all of these rowers are, and it is Godin and Peltier really leading the charge. A little bit of a run from Will Johns in lane 5 for Tulsa Youth, and relatively close right now with Moyer and Stevens as well. You also have Ethan Pickards out in lane 7. So it's 7 from the left side of your screen to 2 on the right side of your screen if you are tuning in on overnight. And thanks for tuning in to the 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships on overnight and from the banks of the Oklahoma River. Just trying to get something going here on this Sunday morning. Not necessarily close to afternoon, but it does feel like it. 10:05 Central right now. Started competition roughly 2.5 hours ago. 3 minutes and 30 seconds into it, you can start to see the rowers get close towards the bridges right now, and they get close towards that transition and in towards the back 1,000 meters on this 2,000 meter course, going from one side to the other. And pulling out in front, a decent lead as well, is Godin of the Woodlands.
I have Godin at a 33 stroke rate, so still staying very just calm, cool, collected, good balance here. I have lane 3, that's going to be Dallas's Jackson Pelletier at right around the same pace.
So now more than 4 minutes into it, as you can see the rowers try to make their way down. Part of Riversport OKC. You got everything from a dog park to a bar, a dog park close to a bar, that also happens to be here, along with, of course, this great facility, a lot of boathouses as well for the many universities that call this course home.
As we start to get into the last third of our day today here in OKC, be sure to pick up your medals downstairs in the first floor of the finish line tower if you've already competed. You know, with only a couple more national qualifying races up on deck, the racing's not done yet. Now we get into the novice categories and still other fun races to compete and watch, but you don't want to go home without your hardware. Lane 2 is going to continue to be out in front now with a well open water lead over the rest of the field. That continues to be Harry Godin in lane 2 from the Woodlands. They've seen a lot of success, especially in the men's single over the past couple of years at Youth Nationals. So I'm excited for Harry to not only get back, but try and best his finish from last year.
And Harry, again, one of the many rowers with the Woodlands coming down the stretch.
I have Harry now right about a 36 pacing, so he has increased his cadence a little bit versus his competitors in lane 3 that are closer to a 31.
The men's U17 quad sculls was Harry's first event of this tournament. Again, Woodlands placing second in that category, once again on stroke. So if he were to hold here in the top 3, this would be his second qualification for Sarasota. We've seen that multiple times throughout this tournament, as now we see the racers get close towards the 500-meter mark, getting close towards the final stretch of this one. You can see Godin in lane 2, making a good lead right now. And the same thing can be said in lane 5 for Will Johns. Again, his brother Andrew just competed in the open gender youth double sculls just a moment ago, placing first with Natalie DiGiacomo. Will also trying to get on the podium and also trying to get an additional berth towards Sarasota.
Really great shot here. You can really tell how the athlete impacts the boat and how they can really work with the boat or in times work against. But what I like to see about Harry here is that he gets the blades in right at the catch, and there's a really good connection to the footboards here that allows him just to stretch back without too much excess movement. Really good coming into the last 250 here. He's got under 30 strokes left of his campaign here. One step closer to that national berth.
So he's 200 meters away right now. Godin, who took the youth single sculls last year, now in the U17 category, went 7 minutes, 51.75 seconds on his time trial. Just a few strokes away right now, getting in towards that last 100 meters.
And it does look like lane 5, that's going to be Will Johns, starting to make his way up into that pack for a qualifying spot. He's now going toe-to-toe with Jackson Pelletier from Dallas in lane 3. We'll have to see who is going to really rise up to the occasion. Somebody's got to take second, somebody's got to take third, but what a push for both of these athletes getting each other to the line. It's going to be
Godin getting first unofficially, and here comes the push again from Will Johns, just surging ahead of lane 3, which is going to be Jackson Pelletier. And just behind that, Andrew Moyer in 4th. In lane 6, we'll see Judah Stevens roll through, and in lane 7, it will be Ethan Pickard making his way down the Oklahoma River. So unofficially right now, it's Godin with the Woodlands first, Johns with Tulsa Youth second, Pelletier with Dallas third, Moyer with Dallas United fourth, Stevens with Dallas fifth, and Pickard with Woodlands sixth.
Now already back closer to a minute and a half into their race. This is going to be the women's U17, a single scull, 6 boats across. Lane 2 is Parati, Claire McKenna. Lane 3 is Carolyn Collins from Greater Houston. Lane 4 is Ileana Milligan from Wichita. Lane 5 is Verona Clopton from Dallas. Lane 6, Nayeli Flores from Dallas. And lane 7, Elsie Godin from the Woodlands.
A lot of things to look out for in this race as we head down the stretch. 2 more races left that pertain towards national qualification. This one and the mixed youth inclusive double sculls with the Texas Rowing Club led by Hangshang Mu. That will be uncontested. So in other words, this is the final national qualification that truly comes down to the top 3 qualifying. 3 will make it, 3 will go home. 2 minutes and 15 seconds in, and it's a commanding lead for Parati's Claire McKenna right now. And in lane 4, Eliana Milligan leading the charge for second, and right behind her, Caroline Collins of Greater Houston in third.
At the national stage last year, we did have representation from this region. Alice McCormick, who we saw performed so well this morning in the women's single, competed in the women's U17 final at Youth Nationals last year, placing third, representing the central region at the national stage. So this year, we've got these 6 athletes looking to do the same thing. We'll have to see what's in store for them as they get closer to that 1,000-meter mark.
And McKenna, you might have seen it just a few moments ago, really surging in lane 2. Again, went 8 minutes and 38.6 seconds in her time trial. That was more than 40 seconds faster than Caroline Collins, who went second in that competition. And McKenna, once again, asserting her dominance in this front 1,000. 3 minutes and 20 seconds through this race. We've seen a lot so far as we enter what is essentially the back 10 races of the day. The 10th to last one on your screen or going to be in front of you right now, whether you're tuning in on overnight or on the banks of the Oklahoma River here at Riversport OKC. It's the 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships. A lot of races so far over the past couple of hours, many of them including 6 boats, and all of them the top 3 boats heading towards Sarasota. A lot of great qualifications today as well. Parati taking the favorite spot in this one with McKenna. It is the first time today that Parati will hold that favorite position in a race today. And that is also the only time today where Parati is favored to get gold in a particular event. As you can see, McKenna, she's past the bridges right now. 4 minutes and 20 seconds into this one. Getting close towards entering towards the back 1 kilometer.
Crossing the 1,000-meter mark, I've got her at a 34 stroke per minute rate, which is a pretty comfortable pace. She looks very in control here as she just continues to open up her lead on the rest of the field.
You've also got Collins, Milligan from Wichita, Clapton from Dallas, Flores also from Dallas, and Godin as well from the Woodlands. Again, Elsie Golden related to Harry Golden, or Godin, I should say, who got first in the men's U17 single sculls. 5 minutes through, and you can start to see some of the other racers make their way down these waters. And you can start to see Collins starting to pull in front as well. Could be potentially getting second. Would be a 3-for-3 type situation for Greater Houston Rowing Club, as Porter Collins and Matthew Hearn qualified for nationals earlier today in the men's single sculls, men's youth single sculls.
Wichita has sent 7 entries here, or has 7 entries here competing at the regional championships. A lot of double-dipped entries for athletes. So Ileana Milligan in lane 4 has also competed 2 other times this weekend in the U17 women's double as well as the women's youth quad. So this is her 3rd and last time down the course this weekend. And it looks like she's doing a pretty good job in trying to earn herself a spot to go to Sarasota.
Getting close towards the 6-minute mark now. Still a good pace by McKenna, who sees that she is well out in front and trying to get back towards the nationals in that regard. Again, Parati, who did a pretty good job at some events yesterday in that regards, were able to get a few qualifications. Were able to sweep the U16 coxed quadruple sculls with both their men's and women's team, who were once again favored in lane 2, much like McKenna, who continues to traverse down the Oklahoma River.
Still holding steady at a 32.5. Staying between a 32 and a 34, staying really controlled, really consistent here is the key for her, but she's got probably about 100 meters on the rest of the field. Again, you've heard me say it a lot today, but pending any unforeseen circumstances, she's going to get her shot at a national title.
And she's within 500 meters right now, McKenna. She was a part of that team, which I just spoke about, the women's U16 coxed quadruple sculls that did a pretty good job in handling Austin, Parati's B-side, and Mile High in qualifications for the national championships in Sarasota, working from June 12th to June 15th. A lot of qualifications here and in between on US Rowing. You can check all of that out on US Rowing's website. As here comes McKenna, now within 300 meters from the finish. Behind her, roughly again, 100 meters or so, it is going to be Collins in 3rd, leading a bit of the charge. It's also Milligan and Clapton trying to fight for that 3rd spot. Again, the top 3 racers in each event go to Sarasota. So that's going to be an interesting event as they make their way towards the finish line.
This is Caroline Collins' only race from Greater Houston. Greater Houston had 3 athletes attend and participate in the regional championships this weekend. They had 2 entries in the men's single and then 1 entry, this being Caroline Collins here in the U17 women's single. So it looks like she's checking it right off the list and getting closer to her goal of being able to represent her program on a national stage. She is now in the last 250 here to go, under 30 strokes to go here in Oklahoma, but it is going to be Claire McKenna 5 strokes or less to the line here, just opening it up, getting a good run, and being unofficially the first to cross in the women's U17 single here, the youth regional champion of the Central Region.
And she does it very close towards her time trial time of 8 minutes and 38.6 seconds. Now it's on for the race for 2nd and 3rd, and the race for 2nd right now being won by Caroline Collins. Again, Greater Houston, 3 entries, 2 of them already qualifying for the national championships. Here comes Collins with just a few meters to go, a few strokes, trying to put the finishing touches on this one. Her brother Porter convincingly won the youth single sculls, and now she will cross the line to win the women's, or rather take 2nd in the women's U17 single sculls. Eliana Milligan of Wichita will follow behind for third place. Another run coming here from Verona Clapton of Dallas. From lane 5, she'll take fourth place. And down the line in lane 7 will be Elsie. Coming down in lane 7, she will probably get the 5th spot. Again, over 10 minutes on her time trial. She'll be able to shave it off by about 20 to 25 seconds as she lands 5th. And Nayeli Flores of Dallas will round out the competition in just a few moments, getting 6th. So that does it for the women's U17 single sculls. One final event coming up, which pertains to national qualification. It's the mixed youth inclusive double sculls with Texas Rowing Center, an uncontested battle right now. So again, that pretty much does it for qualification events where the top 3 and the push for the top 3 really matters.
And we'll be right back right after this.
I was raised on the open prairie with resilience as my song. I learned to have a wild sense of humor, to be a good neighbor, and to always offer something good to eat. I learned music is good for the heart, that fresh air and water can equal a lot of fun. I was raised to know when you gotta put on your work boots or your dancing shoes, and sometimes you just gotta kick them off and stay a while. They call me Oklahoma City, but you can call me the modern frontier.
Welcome back. We have the mixed youth inclusive double sculls on the line from Texas Rowing Club coming down uncontested in lane 2. That is going to be Jeffrey Cohn and Hangjiang Mu.
The only uncontested battle today. We've seen a couple of duels overall, especially in the 8s earlier today. The men's U16-8 White Rock against Parati, which went in favor of the lower-seeded Parati, and women's U16-8 went in favor of Austin, the favorite, over Parati. So it's Cohn and Mu at the starting point right now, waiting for the command. The final national qualification for the Youth Championships in Sarasota, Florida, coming down from June 12th to June 15th. After this, it's 8 novice races, including the men's quadruple sculls, the women's youth quadruple sculls as well. You have the men's and women's youth 8, along with the men's youth coxed 4, and the women's youth coxed 4. The men's and women's youth double sculls will wrap things up today. Those are your 8 novice races. Again, they will not qualify, if you will, or rather, there is no event at the national stage for novices. Nonetheless, we enter the back half, or the back part, if you will, of today's competition, and the back part of this entire tournament that started off on Friday afternoon with time trials, moving into Saturday morning, and then a Saturday afternoon with some of the finals. Cohn and Mu still in their boats, still waiting the signal right now. A bright, sunshiny day in Oklahoma City, home of the 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships for, once again, another area. OKC River Sport hosting RowFest last year. This year it's going to be in Ann Arbor, Michigan, but nonetheless home to the youth championships and home to some great facilities for rowing. Still waiting on Cone and Mood to get things started. While that is happening, let's get you an update on the overall team points right now. It is still Dallas United Crew in front with 702. In second, Austin, who has the most amount of rowers, at 512 points. Texas Rowing Club in third at 413. OKC Riversport, the hometown club, at 357. And Parati is now in fifth at 284. You also have to give credit to Ursuline, again, only competing in women's events in this tournament, an all-girls school. They have 229 points overall. .10:24 right now. We've been out on the course for nearly 3 hours or so. We've got about an hour or so left. Looking for Moo and for Cone. 2,000 meters away from our vantage point at the finish line. Still awaiting the command. Still being held at the dock right now. And awaiting the signal. The only uncontested event on Sunday. We had a few on Saturday, or rather, it was only one. It was the men's U15 coxed quadruple sculls. It was a non-qualifying event for the first time. It was a change from last year. OKC Riversport got that done, and then in the women's U15 coxed quadruple sculls, it was OKC Riversport getting first, White Rock in second, and OKC Riversport B in third. Those were your only races yesterday that had 3 rowers or less in it. Of course, today a little bit different in that regards. You had the men's U16 8 with White Rock and Parati going head to head, and then it was Parati's women's side to take on Austin once again in the U16 8. So a dual matchup, if you will. In the open gender youth double sculls, it was Tulsa Youth A going up against Tulsa Youth B, both of them qualifying for Sarasota, an event that has a handful of entries. Once again, still waiting for Cone and Moo to get things set up. Currently 10:26 right now here in Oklahoma. It was supposed to start off at 10:21. Took a little bit of time getting towards the post. Still being held right now, the final national qualification event overall. Still waiting for some boats to make their way towards the starting point. That is for the novice events coming up. And they're still holding Texas Rowing Center at that position. Well, while that's happening, let's get an update on some of these other competitions going on. We talked about the overall competition. The men's team competition, it's Dallas United Crew in front with 369 points. Again, they were second going into today with 252, 45 points behind Texas Rowing Center, who is now in second themselves, just 8 points behind, at 361 points. OKC Riversport, the hometown team, in third at 223. Austin trailing behind with 181, and then Parati in fifth with 146 points. That's what the men's trophy competition looks like right now. For the women's competition trophy, it is also Dallas United Crew in front, but with a very small margin, 333 points for the club that has the most amount of boats in this 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships. Austin, once again, a little bit behind at 331 points. And Ursuline, as I mentioned before, only taking part in women's events this year with 229 points. They're in third right now. Still awaiting the start of the mixed-use inclusive double sculls, and away we go, starting off from the point. It's Hang Shang Mu along with Jeffrey Cone. Your two going on right now. A crew that worked really well together earlier on in the time trial completed the course in 7 minutes and 18.01 seconds. We talked about this yesterday, Katie, as we see Texas Rowing Center with the Texas flag on their oars. It's one of your favorite categories in equipment tactics we've seen, but two, we talked about the idea of these uncontested battles and, you know, what it means for a team. You know, what does it do for a team going forward into nationals?
Well, I think in races like this that it could just be seen as a dress rehearsal to go uncontested, but that doesn't mean that you're just going to slack off and come all the way down. There's rules of racing that we need to abide by, especially if you go uncontested. You see it a lot of times at, you know, the national levels and time trials and such like that, that you can't really throw the race. You need to come in, you need to show that you're competing for it, and so that's what these two athletes are doing here. But I think it's a really cool opportunity for Texas Rowing Center to have representation in a newer event like this. And I think these two athletes are recognizing that and appreciating what it means to be the first, or, you know, what it means to be the only ones in this category. I would like to think that they think that's pretty special.
So about 100 seconds into that one, Cone and Moo making their way down the Oklahoma River right now. We're talking about the different trophies that are up for grabs. A lot of tight races right now, especially with Dallas Rowing Club, Texas Rowing Center, and Austin. Sculling Points Trophy now has Founders out in front, which I believe was the case going into today. Actually, it wasn't. It was Texas Rowing Center with 181 points. None picked up today. Woodlands in second right now with 199, and Founders, again, one of the most efficient teams in this competition with 201 points in sculling. 2 minutes and 25 seconds into this race, uncontested, with Moo and Cone working down the Oklahoma River, getting close to that 1,000 meter mark right now.
If you missed our broadcast yesterday, it's important to note that this is a huge racing weekend for the sport of rowing, both at the junior level, the collegiate level, and even starting a little bit on the club level. You see a lot of regional championships happening, again, both at the junior level and the collegiate level. The two regional championships through USRowing being Central Youths as well as Southwest are occurring this weekend, as well as a couple lead-ups to collegiate races as well. So the big collegiate Division I championship, conference championships are coming up in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll wrap up the regional qualifiers for the youth national level as well over the next weeks. There's 2 regional championships this weekend, 2 next weekend, and 2 following for a chance to compete in Sarasota at the youth national championships later in June.
So 3 minutes and 30 seconds into it, and you can see Cone and Moon making good pace right now as they find themselves near the double bridge. We've been talking about it throughout the entirety of this tournament. It's called the I-35 River Bridge, the Interstate 35 and US 77 above the northbound bridge constructed in 1986, the southbound bridge in 1987. A couple of years ago, the Oklahoma Department of Transportation requested $80 million to replace these bridges and make a new quote-unquote multimodal bridge. Now the bridges will provide 6 12-foot lanes in each direction, which will allow for more shoulder room, and the new multi-use bridges will be built around the interstates that are more friendly for pedestrians, especially near those bridges area. You can see, if you're on the banks right now, a couple of those walking trails. They're going to become more accessible down the stretch. This project costs around $165 million and would be completed by 2028. It works well with River Sport OKC hosting canoe slalom events for the 2028 Summer Olympics, and overall a lot of people traversing over to Oklahoma City with the softball events happening here as well, the Women's College World Series coming up in a few weeks. So now on the other side of the bridge, it's Cone and Moo, officially now into the back 1,000.
Coming down the course at a solid 32 strokes a minute here. Looks like they're just working really well together. They're very clean as they come out of the finish, right? Easy extraction out of the blade as they come into that layback position.
Now more than 5 minutes through. Again, the time trial that worked really well for both sides. Hong Shang Moo was running stroke today. He was running stroke yesterday as well for the second varsity. That is the men's Youth Second Varsity 8, in which Texas Rowing Center got first overall. It went Texas Rowing Center first, Dallas United second, and also third, too. They're doubling up. The third place team from Dallas United was actually in lane 6, something we've seen a lot today with both lanes 2 and 6 in terms of double entries, where both of those rowers are really trying to push each other to go forward. Meanwhile, it's Moo and Cone within the last 500 meters in the final national qualification event today. We've seen 19 already. This is number 20. We've got 8 novice events coming up after this, and afterwards you can talk about the top 3, but everyone wants to look at number 1.
Matt Nifton, the owner of the Texas Rowing Center in Austin, has to be excited about the potential of sending so many athletes to nationals in Sarasota. Rowing on Lady Bird Lake in downtown Austin, home to NCAA champions, the Texas Longhorns, his and his daughter Kate's alma mater. These athletes are surrounded by rich history and performance. Kate Nifton serves as the juniors team manager for Texas Rowing Center, and after an exciting career as a collegiate athlete, Kate has taken to the international stage, recently representing Team USA at the 2024 Paris Olympics, and her spark for rowing started at the Texas Rowing Center, and now she has the opportunity to inspire the future generations of athletes, like the 2 that we see coming into the sprint here in OKC.
So here they are, the last 200 meters for both Cone and Moo. In the final race, the final 100 meters or so in these qualification events for the Youth Nationals in Sarasota.
If you're on site, be sure to come down to the river and give these guys a big cheer. They're going uncontested in this event and just really putting on a show for all to see. Looking really strong coming into these final couple strokes. I have them right around to 38, and they are just giving it their all. You can see that drone just following right in front of them, giving us that up-close and personal action. But here they are to the line. Uncontested, your unofficial winners of the mixed youth inclusive double sculls. Congratulations, Texas Rowing Center.
And they do so in about 7 minutes and 28.33 seconds unofficially. The team from the capital of Texas making their presence known on the other side of the Red River. The white flag raised as well, so it was a clean race.
Very much so. We head back up to the start where we already see boats on the stake boats here. We transition, as Mahir mentioned, over to the novice events now. These are athletes that are just getting their careers started, competing in a separate category that allows them to be around like experienced competitors. We have 4 boats in this event. We have Texas Rowing Center in lane 2, St. Mark's in lane 3, St. Mark's in lane 4, and Texas Rowing Center B in lane 5. So it's a duel side by side with A entries in 2 and 3 and B entries in 4 and 5. Texas versus St. Mark. Already making a big dent on the competition here is going to be the entry from Texas Rowing Center in lane 2 with an open water advantage over the rest of the field in under a minute to go. So this means those athletes are ready. They have attacked it well, and they were the first off the blocks, and now we're just looking for inches to put on their competition.
They put in a substantial lead early on. It's actually their counterparts in lane 5, Texas Rowing Club B, that is also leading the charge in that category. Got a lot of key players. Again, the A side for Texas Rowing Club led by Aiden Evans, who again, this is his only race in the tournament. And on the other side in lane 5, it's Atlas Castro. And the same goes for Castro. So a lot of these rowers are only competing in events like this. Now you see a few others that potentially make it on to the other sides, but these are rowers that are getting in towards the sport. Trying to get their feet wet, trying to see if rowing is right for them. And Katie Lane, as a former coach yourself, again, you've worked at the college level, so you've worked with people that want to do rowing and want to do rowing at the next level. But what would be your pitch for someone trying to get into rowing and trying to, build the sport and get people out on the water?
Well, that's a good question, Mahir, because rowing is one of the only sports that you can actually walk onto in college. You don't necessarily need a full background, but these athletes are certainly checking the boxes and getting some good fundamentals before they go to college. I myself didn't start rowing until I went to college. I walked onto a team, and I got hooked. And 12 years later, well, actually, close to 20 years later, actually in the sport, I haven't looked back. But I was able to take my athleticism from other sports. I was a big runner and a tennis player, and I just matched it with the work ethic that is needed in the sport. So I think if somebody's interested in trying a new sport, it's something that you just can't really compare to anything else. When you wake up in the morning and it's an early morning sport for sure for most teams. You wake up with the sun, you get more done in the first 2 or 3 hours in the morning than most people do in their entire day. So I think for people that are interested in it, there's no harm in just trying something new, and more likely than not, you're gonna get hooked. So I think that these athletes that we can see, especially in lane 2, they've got the itch, they've got the bug, and they surely are hooked. When the boat's moving and you're passing boats, there's no greater adrenaline rush.
And that's Texas Rowing Center in lane 2 against St. Mark's A side in lane 3, St. Mark's B in lane 4, and Texas Rowing Center in lane 5. Again, this is a novice competition, so unlike the others that we've called today, it's not the case where the top 3 go towards the nationals and stuff. That is already decided. So as it is right now, based on the results we have seen, we know exactly which teams and which rowers are heading to nationals. That is already decided. These are the novice events, but still up for grabs is the trophy.
Well, and the bragging rights to be the best novice in the region, right? So let's not rule that out. So there's still gold, silver, and bronze, like still a high level of competition here for these crews, even if it's just a duel between 2 programs. I'm sure that Texas and St. Mark's, both of these crews that they have in these events, have trained together for a fair amount throughout the season. Maybe they were in an 8, maybe they started in a different way that ultimately took them into 2 quads, but what an awesome experience for these athletes to come in and not only see the experienced athletes race from their programs early on today, earning their bids to nationals and maybe hitting some personal bests. Now they get to do the same thing. This is kind of their dress rehearsal for their opportunity to go to nationals maybe next year.
And we're seeing that dress rehearsal right now for Texas Rowing Club A side. They're past the bridges right now in towards the back 1,000. Again, a crew that rode 7 minutes and 27.01 seconds in their time trial, which was nearly 26 seconds faster than St. Mark's in lane 3. So you can see a relatively tight race. And if you look at St. Mark's time trial score, that's within 8 seconds of Texas Rowing Center's B side, which is in lane 5.
St. Mark's School, as opposed to their competitors in Texas Rowing Center, only had 11 entries here at the regional championships this weekend, whereas Texas Rowing Center had 26. St. Mark's stuck to their sculling entries, did not choose to opt into any sweeping, so this is where they really will succeed and they really will show their stuff. 11 entries, 2 entries here in the men's novice, not the coxed quad, but the men's novice quad. Great depth out of both programs. Love to see it. It does look like it continues to be the 2 crews from Texas out ahead of both crews from St. Mark's as they approach 500 to go.
You have St. Mark's, again, a sculls program overall, was second in the men's youth second varsity quadruple sculls. Could have gotten second in the men's youth quadruple sculls yesterday, but did not race in that one. Overall, St. Mark's, again, a sculling crew through and through. They've made it to the finals in multiple events during this regatta. The 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships. The final day of competition. All of the national qualifications have ended. Now we're on to the novice races.
We have Texas Rowing Center in lane 2 coming into those red buoys at a 37. St. Mark's right around a 39. Looks like St. Mark's B is having a little bit of steering issues. You can see him start to veer closer to the finish line tower instead of holding a straight line. Again, novice entries, you're learning a lot. You're learning how to move a boat, how to control a boat, not just move it. But these athletes maintaining their composure and doing really well as they enter their final stretch of this race here.
So looking at the A side right now, making their way in towards the back 200 meters. They've been pushing the pace since the start of the race, pushing the pace as we start off the novice competition for today. Going forward, and then in the back, it is still between St. Mark's A and St. Mark's B. Just a constant race so far, consistent for this A side. Time trial wise, it's 7 minutes and 27 seconds about. They'll get across, not quite in that fashion, but nonetheless keeping a good amount of space in front of their competitors as they will cross the finish line and unofficially place first. Making their way down to, it's going to be St. Mark's A side in lane 3 with a few more strokes to go, followed by St. Mark's B side, and then Texas Rowing Center's B side will be fourth. So a chalk race to start off the novice competition today. It's Texas Rowing Center's A side, St. Mark's A side, St. Mark's B side, and then Texas Rowing Center's B side. And just like that, we're back towards the start of the course for the Women's Youth Novice Quadruple Sculls. 5 entries into this race. Taking a look at the competition, it's Founders out in front in lane 2, Hockaday's A side in lane 3, Hockaday B in lane 4, Texas Rowing Center's A side in lane 5, and Texas Rowing Center's B side in lane 6. So another double entries for Hockaday and Texas coming from the Lone Star State, along with Founders, who's been one of the best in sculling in this tournament.
Founders coming in at a 34 to start this race early. 34 strokes a minute opens them up over the rest of the field. In lane 2, they are coming in right around 32, so they are 2 beats under the leading crew from Founders. That's going to be Hockaday in lane 3. Going with Hockaday B in lane 4. Those two boats look to go head to head. Again, they've seen each other quite a bit in practice and in training.
Trying to get a piece of bragging rights as well. Founders again pushing the pace, leading the Sculling Points Trophy race with 201 points, edging out Woodlands, who is currently second with 199, Texas Rowing Center in third with 181. A stark contrast between Texas, who is in third, and Dallas, who is in fourth with 112. So far, we came in today with Founders being one of the most efficient teams, if not the most efficient team in this entire regatta amongst the programs that were brought in to compete here at Oklahoma City. They had a rating of 10.286 going into today. It is now up to 14.357. Back to the course, we're approaching the 2-minute and 30-second mark in these Women's Youth Novice Quadruple Sculls. It is still Founders out in front, and a bit of a run here by Hockaday's B side to overtake their A side in their race between second and third.
Founders still holding a 33 here while we take a look back at the Hockaday entries and seeing what they can do. But great shot here from the bow, looking down to these athletes. Look at the timing out of this Founders crew. You can tell that this is their specialty, right? If this is what their novice look like, you know, it makes sense that this is what's feeding the upper level programs that allows them to do so well. Great overhead shot. You can still see it's a pretty overlapped race between the remaining 4 entries outside of Founders. Still anybody's race as they are approaching that 1K mark. They're through the first 500. Now it comes into who's got a stronger body, who can really lay into it and just rely on that longer stretch of the race here. Hockaday B now almost with a full length over their teammates from Hockaday A in lane 2. We love to see it, right? Again, it just depends on who's going to go after it more, you know, whether or not you think you deserve it. Not really coming into play now. It really comes down to who's going to work for it.
Who's going to work for it and who's going to take some medals. They're hanging downstairs here in the officials building. They'll be handed out later today. Again, coaches will be the ones doing so, and make sure to get your medals if you did place in any of the events today. About at the 4-minute, nearly the 4-minute and 15-second mark in this race, and it's once again Founders out in front as they make their way past the double bridges. They're into the back 1,000 meters on this 2,000-meter course.
Stroke seat Allison Boswell still holding steady right around a 33, keeping her crew consistent as they look to come down the final stretch here of their race in OKC. Doing a nice job, just staying very consistent. Again, the words that I always like to use are consistent, connection, right, and confident. But looks like most crews are now on the opposite side of both bridges, indicating that we have now entered in the second half of the race here in OKC.
And again, you can tell Allison Boswell. We talked about her twin earlier, Lauren Boswell, who was, again, just like Allison, a part of Founders' Women's Youth Second Varsity Quad Sculls and the Women's U17 Quad Sculls. We saw Lauren compete earlier today as Founders took third in the women's, or pardon me, Founders took second in the Women's U17 double sculls.
Founders still steady at a 33 here as they come into view, approaching 500 to go here.
Still got some good pace as they get towards that 500-meter mark here at Riversport OKC, the site of the 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships. We're past the national qualifications. Everybody knows who is and who is not heading to Sarasota for the 2025 Youth National Championships down in Sarasota, Florida, taking place from June 12th to June 15th. 3 days of action here from Riversport OKC, wrapping up in the next hour or so.
Great shot of the riverbank with all of the things that OKC Riversport has to offer, including whitewater rafting, adventure courses, and everything right up the river from where we are in the finish line tower. After racing, be sure to check that out and everything that has to offer. Grab a snack and see if you want to try your hand at different water sports. But for right now, Founders is going to stick to what they know and stick to rowing here as they just continue to open up the lead on the rest of the field. They likely have close to 60 meters on the rest of the field here, just going virtually uncontested here as they enter in that last 250 meters of their race to unofficially call themselves the champions, regional champions of the women's novice quad.
And you can hear the crowd as they start to get towards that 250 mark. Allison Boswell on stroke. Again, already 2 gold medals today, and barring anything inauspicious, if you will, they will get another third for Boswell, her third gold finish of the day. Within 200 meters now comes Founders, the most efficient team in this 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships, one of the best in sculling as well.
Let's see what they do to execute their sprint here. They've bumped up their rate to about a 34.5 as of right now as they look to finish their final 10 strokes of the race here. Hockaday B continues to hold off their teammates in lane 2 only by about a half a length. Hockaday B starting to increase their stroke rate here. They're right about a 36.
Getting close towards that finish line right now. Again, time trial close towards 7 minutes and 45 seconds. They will cross the finish line before the 8-minute mark. Founders going number 1. Allison Boswell with 3 gold medals in this rowing regatta. And here comes the second and third race.
Down to the line here. Hockaday versus Hockaday, right? If you're one of these athletes, you're just going to want to push it for bragging rights. And you love to see when a B entry overtakes an A entry, but all of those athletes still working towards the same goal, earning points for the team trophy, but it is going to be Hockaday B over Hockaday A by 3 seats.
And that's the first time in this entire regatta we have seen a B team place higher than an A team when both entries are in the finals. We've seen some instances where the B team makes the finals, but the A team doesn't. As here at the finish line, we are going to see Texas Rowing Center A and B make their way towards the finish line in just a few moments.
Good
Meanwhile,
recovery from Texas Rowing. A little bit of a kerfuffle, a little bit of a crab as they came into the last little stretch here, but good recovery, good finish by Texas Rowing Center. And just as Mahir said, didn't mean to cut you off, we are now back on the course with the men's youth novice 8. We are already well into this race here. 3 boats across. We have Dallas United, Texas Rowing Center, and Austin. So a Texas showdown for the bragging rights and the gold medal of the novice 8 here in the Central Youth region.
Dallas United, Texas Rowing Center, and Austin Rowing Center, 3 of the most prominent when it comes to landing in the trophy categories. Again, in the men's team, it looks somewhat interesting, but in the overall team points category, Dallas United crew out in front, 702 points for them. Texas Rowing Center in third right now with 413, and Austin currently in second with 512. So not that this race is going to change much. However, it does add to what has been an already stellar outing for all three of those crews and those programs here at Riversport OKC.
Dallas United rowing about a 36 here. Texas Rowing Center looked like they might have been in the middle of a move. I had them clocked about a 37.5. They're trying to eat into that lead that Dallas United established pretty early on here. 2.5 minutes in, they are through the first 500 meters here. Austin has fallen off the pace just a bit. There might be a slight amount of open water between the stern tip of Texas Rowing Center and the bow of Austin. But again, we'll have to wait to see how this race continues to unfold. Dallas United taking command of this race, still staying right about a 36. Great overhead shot here, nice fan formation going from right to left on your screen. But Dallas United is still so eager to add to those points for the overall team trophy here at the regional championships. And this men's novice 8 is certainly able to contribute.
We've seen a few 8 events already today. The U16 8 between White Rock and Parati. Parati taking that one, and then the women's U16 8 where Austin took down Parati to basically stop the Parati sweep, if you will. So this is now the third 8s matchup for today. You got the women's youth novice 8 that's going to involve 5 boats overall, including Austin. Austin's going to be a part of it. Dallas United will be in lane 6 for that. Nothing from Texas Rowing Center. You also have OKC Riversport in that number 2 position, the coveted lane 2 position, if you will. And then Mile High and Ursuline also there. As we see the teams now for the men's youth novice 8 making their way through the double bridges and into the back half of this course as we get close to the 4-minute mark here from Riversport OKC. Still got a few more results to go, a few more events to go after this. You've got the men's and women's youth novice coxed 4 and the men's and youth novice double sculls. And after that, we will wrap up competition here from Oklahoma City. The first of 6 USRowing owned youth regional championships spanning across the entire nation to this weekend, including one here in Oklahoma City and then the other one out in Gold River, California, just outside of Sacramento.
Dallas United coming off of a well-executed move as they came through the bridges in to start their second half of the race. They bumped the rate up to about a 37.5, took what seemed to be a power 10 or something like that further established their lead. They've opened up even more water on the back of the field. They're still staying at their body rate of 35, staying extremely consistent, but just executing this race very, very well. Executing
this race and also trying to do something that their counterparts in the youth second varsity 8 did not do yesterday, and that was win the race. Granted, they did get second in lane 3 behind Texas Rowing Center. It is a 1-2-3 combo right now here in the youth novice 8. Dallas United crew out in front, Texas Rowing Center in second, and Austin now in third as we see a lot of the boats get close towards the 500-meter mark and beyond it. Still Dallas United crew out in front. They brought in a lot of boats, 34 to be exact, for this tournament, 68 participants. They wanted to make an impact. They have made an impact as they're on their way towards the overall points trophy. In specific competitions, though, that's when things get a little bit interesting down the stretch. Currently in first of the men's team race, Texas Rowing Center, which is also in the mix right now. Currently kind of fighting for second right now with Austin. They're right behind them in second place with 361 points. Dallas United still holding strong in their body rate of 35, Texas Rowing Center at 36, and Austin just off the pace about a 34. All three of these entries are now into the last 250 meters here in OKC, with Dallas United going uncontested by close to now 100 meters over the rest of the field. These men's novice 8 athletes just eager and hungry for gold as they continue their charge to that line. So here comes Dallas United again. They started off today's competition with a win in the men's youth coxless 4, coming in from lane 3. Here from lane 2, on command right now, As we approach the 7-minute mark, it is Dallas United crew who is unofficially going to finish first.
36.5 for Dallas United as they came through the line. We'll bring our attention back to this duel, this side-by-side competition here. Texas Rowing Center still holding off Austin.
And it seems like Texas Rowing Center has taken a bit of a jump in ways. Again, they were out in front for a while, trail back, and now once again they have a decent lead on Austin, who is now in third. A 13-second difference between the time trials between both of them yesterday. It is Texas Rowing Center, which is going to edge out Austin unofficially for second place.
Texas Rowing Center crossing the line at 39 strokes a minute. Austin rounding out the field at 38 as they bring it to the line. We'll kick it back up to the start for the women's novice 8. This is going to be a 5-boat race here. This is OKC Riversport in lane 2, our hometown heroes. Lane 3 is Austin, lane 4 Mile High, lane 5 Ursuline, and lane 6 Dallas United.
So again, each team getting a little bit experience in this stretch. This is all novice races from here on out, as we are now in the back 5 in terms of races. You've got this along with the coxed 4 for both men's and women's, and the double sculls, same thing for both men's and women's. Everything in terms of national qualifications have been decided already. Now it's just in terms of getting regional championships, getting points, and everything in between.
It looks like we have our last boat backing into the stake boats as we speak, so we'll wait for final alignment. We're probably about 2 minutes off of a start here. Just a few reminders, if you have won medals here this weekend, be sure to pick them up in the first floor of the finish line tower. There will not be a formal award ceremony. Instead, there's the overall points trophies that will be handed out at the end of the event once we have all of the entries and the numbers totaled, but individual event entries are available to be picked up downstairs. Big thanks to Overnight Productions and the OKC Riversport production crew that makes this coverage possible. Again, there's 8 cameras covering today, from 6 on the water to 2 in the sky. Really big all across the globe. So still waiting for that last boat to lock on. That's gonna be Dallas United out there in lane 6. It looks like, just trying to figure out how to get back onto the stake boat. This is a new skill for some of these athletes. They may not have done this before in a formal racing capacity like this. It's not as easy as it looks. Like, you really need to have good communication with the coxswain, with the stroke seats and the 7 seats in the 8s race. And this can take practice. A lot of teams don't have access to this type of tool that they can really do it. I know as a coach that I've done plenty of practice race starts where I lean out of the coaching launch and try and just pull somebody in, but it's a skill that they all need to learn as a novice to be able to continue to compete at high levels. Big thanks to the referees also on site that allowed this event to take place and happen in a safe and well executed manner. From the on-the-water referees to those in the finish line, on land, running control commission, everything. It takes a lot of hands to make this event possible.
And doing so from the banks of the Oklahoma River here in Oklahoma City. It's going to see a lot of Olympic-style events in the coming years, with LA 2028 canoe slalom being held here at Riversport OKC, and additionally softball being held as well.
Looks like we do have all boats locked on. We're getting final alignment here, but again, this is going to be a 5-boat race. This is for the regional championship, so the novice regional championship. For most of these athletes, this will be the peak of their season, and they are off. It looks like we do have a clean race, no crabs held in the first couple of strokes, which is always a win in these novice categories. A little bit of a steering issue coming out of lane 5 in that red boat. That's going to be Ursuline, but they've got plenty of time to make it up, and it does look like they've been able to straighten it out. No pun intended. Your early leaders are going to be the ones out in lane 2. Those are our hometown athletes from OKC Riversport, stroked by Riley Jewell here in lane 2. With that first push of the start, it does look like they have gained almost a true length over the rest of the field. That's going to be OKC in lane 2, followed by Austin in lane 3 and Mile High lane 4. Ursuline in lane 5, and Dallas United in 6. Still too tight to say for the rest of the crews, but OKC really taking charge of their home waters here.
Getting close towards the 1 minute mark in that one. Again, OKC River Sport was currently number 4 overall in the overall team points trophy with 357 points. Again, you can check out all of those results on regattacentral.com and USRowing's website as some of these races from earlier today start to come in. They start to get official, and more importantly, officially, we start to see who is heading to Sarasota.
I have OKC right around a 37 and Austin right around a 36. So they're still a little bit high here. They're still going to stretch out into their race cadence a little bit, but good effort here by all of these crews. Looks like Ursuline is trying to outstroke a couple of their competitors by being a little bit higher. I have them clocked still closer to a 36 here.
You can still see that OKC River Sport is trying to get out in front, close towards the 2 minute mark now. This is the Women's Youth Novice 8 race from River Sport OKC in Oklahoma City, the 2025 USRowing Central Youth Championships. Earlier we had 20 races that were national qualifications where we saw many rowers and their crews get nominated to go towards Sarasota. They finished in the top 3 of their event. Now we're in the novice part of today, the non-national qualifications, the regionals, as Katie said before, which are pivotal for a lot of these teams. They want to win, and it might be the biggest part of their season.
Coach Sierra Sidris of OKC has to be pretty proud of the effort that our athletes are executing right now, having open water on the field so early in the race and not holding anything back. You know, they're not giving anything up. They're just continuing to charge forward. You know, as a coach, she's got to feel pretty excited about the future of these athletes, not just this race here, but if this is their novice year, they're set up for success moving forward.
And again, a lot of these novice athletes, you see them on the water right now. That is their only event, for the most part, their only event for this regatta. Again, we have a few exceptions to that rule, as we've mentioned before, but nonetheless, this is their big moment. It's OKC River Sport in front as we get relatively close towards the bridges. It's Austin, along with Mile High, Ursuline, and Dallas United crew moving from lanes 3 through 6. That is also your placement right now.
OKC still coming into the bridge right around a 35, so staying consistent in their race cadence here. Looks like it's just easily repeatable here, and that's something that you just want. You don't want to try and fight so hard to find the rhythm. You just want to be able to sustain it and make it powerful.
OKC River Sports, a time trial of 7 minutes and 41.45 seconds in this course as they make their way past the second I-35 River Bridge at the 4 minute mark, or just past the 4 minute mark. Austin was a little bit behind at 7 minutes and 56.24 seconds. And Mile High and Ursuline very close to each other. Mile High just beyond 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Ursuline at 8 minutes and 22.65 seconds. Could be an interesting battle to see who gets the bronze medal. And a nice, beautiful shot of River Sport OKC, Oklahoma City, the site of the Youth Championships. Once again, was home to RowFest last year. Now that's in Ann Arbor for multiple national championships at the adult level. For the youth level, it's going to be in Sarasota on June 12th, moving all the way to June 15th.
Still holding the same lead as we saw early in the race. It's going to continue to be Oklahoma City out in front in lane 2. Austin in lane 3, holding on to that second place spot for right now. Those are the two main crews in your field division right now if you're following along at home. But really nice shot here. Again, you can't ask for better conditions than this. Minimal wind, it's sunny outside. You're not worrying about keeping layers on or taking layers off. Like, I feel like that this is a pretty ideal weather condition for racing like this, let alone a regional championship.
And we talked about it before too in the build up to this, that this is pivotal rowing weather. Nice weather in general as well. Currently in the 60s and 70s right now. Not too cool, but not too warm. Just right. 5 minutes and more than 40 seconds through this race. OKC River Sport continuing to keep the bump in this women's youth novice 8 race.
Still coming in right at a 35 as they enter the last 500 meters here, so they are in their final push of this regional championship here. Looking really good. That gold medal is within their grasp here. Under 50 strokes to go, they're going to be pretty methodical and pretty strategic about how they execute it, but they just have so much room to play, to explore, to just go for it here in this last stretch.
And OKC Riversport has yet to get something, at least a first place finish today. Again, we talked about it earlier. They start off the competition really packing a punch, stealing some bids, stealing some places overall. They've tried to get towards that first place spot. They're keeping good pace here as we're within 500 meters and OKC Riversport gets close towards the tower and getting close towards that final 250.
Austin starting in their sprint a little bit early here. They came into a 35, and now I have them ranked up about a 36 as they look to wrap up their campaign here. Austin sitting solidly in second, followed by Mile High in lane 4. They're now approaching their sprint here into the red buoys. They are right around a 36, but let's turn our attention back to OKC. If you're down on the riverbank, be sure to give them a shout as they look to take on their last about 15 strokes here.
Last 15 strokes, again, the biggest point in their season for OKC Riversport, and they do it on home ground.
And here comes Austin starting to rank up their rating here, increasing their cadence to try and catch and eat into that gap that OKC opened up so early on in this race. I've got them right about a 39. OKC's coming to the line, still a little bit low here.
And OKC Riversport defending home turf, defending the home ground and working well. They will unofficially get first. It will be Austin in lane 3 making their own route towards second. OKC Riversport, their first gold medal of today's competition.
Austin 36.5 as they come through the line to unofficially snag that silver medal to go home with after a very successful weekend here. Mile High will be next to the line, starting to wrap it up.
And again, we talked about Mile High before. They did a really good job at some of their double events, especially with James Monkley and Jacob Pfeiffer. Here comes their women's novice 8 side getting 3rd. And Ursuline will follow from lane 5, getting 4. Dallas United from lane 6th, making their way down to get 5th. So we go from 5 races to 4 races here from Riversport OKC. And we go back to the 4th to last race. It's the men's youth novice coxed 4 final. It's White Rock in lane 2, OKC Riversport in lane 3, Mile High in lane 5, Jesuit College Prep of Dallas in lane 6, no lane 4 in this competition.
Dallas United was a last-minute scratch, so it became a 4-boat final here for this event. Now a minute into it, we are well out of the breakage zone here. Athletes are now just hitting the open road for this last event.
So you have White Rock, you have OKC as well. Again, their women's team just crossing the finish line to get first. Now their men's team making their way down the Oklahoma River on this Sunday morning. We started off competition today at 7:30. The sun was just glistening on the water. Now it's gone up in the air as we reach around 11:15 Central Time. Still got 4 more races to go, including this one.
But good spacing between the crews so far. Like a lot of overlap. We love to see a good race, especially towards the end of a racing day. 2 minutes in, and it looks like it's still pretty even. No clear leaders as of yet. It looks like lanes 2 and 3 are starting to go together, but just with a slight advantage over the 2 crews in 5 and 6. Again, there's no crew intentionally in lane 4 due to a late scratch. But lanes 2 and 3, that's going to be White Rock and OKC kind of battling it out for that top spot in this first 500 meters here.
Again, going back and forth. It's White Rock from Dallas, OKC Riversport, based here in Oklahoma City. They've got their boathouse just a few paces away. You might be next to it if you're out on the banks right now.
I have White Rock coming in right around a 34.5, 35 here, strokes per minute, so a good race rate here, setting them up. From this angle here, it does look like just two duels that are occurring at the same time, including the referee launches as well. Love to see it. But one race, one set of medals.
It's 4 competitors right now. 3 are going to get medals, 1 is not. And like you mentioned before, Katie, as we saw from that overhead angle before, you've got essentially 2 dual races in lanes 2 and 3, White Rock and OKC Riversport. In lanes 5 and 6, it's Mile High and Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. We talked about Mile High before, starting to get some medals unto themselves. They could continue on as they head down the stretch. Jesuit College Prep of Dallas has also put in a lot of entries into this tournament, but not much when it comes to landing on the podium.
You can see the final boats heading up towards the start line, warming up for the last races of the day. After these coxed 4s, it will go down to doubles to wrap up today's racing here at the regional championships in Oklahoma. As these entries come into view underneath the bridges, this really is kind of a tight packed race. It still's up for grabs for anybody. 2, 3, and 5 and 6 still moving pretty strong together. It does look like that crew from OKC is taking a mid-race move here. They've upped the cadence a bit, trying to steal a couple seats from White Rock, but White Rock now responding. Coxon getting a little bit animated from White Rock, sitting up and trying to turn around. You don't really see that very much.
And we'll see both of those crews, White Rock and OKC Riversport, cross the bridges. They're into the back 1,000 here on this Sunday morning. You're counting down the clock for your races here at the USRowing Central Youth Championships. All novice races from here on out. This is the 4th to last one of the day. You also have the Women's Youth Novice Coxed 4, followed by the novice, or rather Youth Novice double sculls in both men's and women's. And it continues to be a very close race.
OKC right about a 35, looking to continue to challenge that crew from White Rock in lane 1. White Rock right about a 36.
Continuing to push the pace here. And again, that was not something we saw in the time trials. White Rock leading the way at 7 minutes and 48.82 seconds. And then basically from there on out, there were at least 12 to 13 seconds between every single competitor working down the line from OKC Riversport to Mile High and then to Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. Very spaced out in that regards. Don't think it will be the case today, especially knowing with how a lot of these teams are working together, if you will, dueling neck and neck to try to get into the top 3. Close towards the 600, 700 meter mark right now. Let's see if anybody makes a move.
I'm going to go ahead and give it to, that's going to be OKC defending their home waters in lane 3, overtaking lane 2 by about a full length at this point. So still 600 meters to go. And it's starting to see that we are shaking out a little bit of a pecking order here. So that's going to be OKC in lane 3, followed by lane 2, White Rock for second. I'm going to go ahead and give it to Mile High in lane 5, or excuse me, Jesuit College Prep of Dallas in lane 6 over Mile High in lane 5. So again, that's going to be 2-1-6-5 here in the men's novice coxed 4 as they are now entering the last 500 meters of their campaign here.
We have not seen anyone not in lane 2 take gold since the women's youth single sculls when Enya Krathaus did it for Woodlands, taking it over Alice McCormick of Episcopal Collegiate School in Arkansas. 6 minutes and 40 seconds through this race, getting close towards it and actually now past the 500 meter mark.
OKC has increased their rate to right around a 37, so it looks like they're trying to jump on that sprint early to hold off that lead and hold off any effort that White Rock in lane 2 is going to give them. White Rock looking to increase their cadence as well here. They are now up to about a 38 as they enter in these last few strokes. This will certainly be a nail-biter to the finish if these two boats continue to try and push their rate. It does look like White Rock is just off the pace, continues to be OKC with about 2 seats over White Rock in lane 2, but we'll see what happens in this last 20 strokes.
Getting close towards 200, it's White Rock and OKC, presumably your fight for first. It's Mile High and Jesuit College Prep of Dallas, your fight for third. You're getting medals handed out, no qualifications for nationals, but more importantly, you're playing for your team and you're playing at one of the biggest stages in the region.
OKC 37, White Rock 38. So both these crews have started to step on the gas that much more, and it does look like we do have.
Seems like it's OKC. We have yet to see a sweep today in any event.
But
Again,
look at this come out from Jesuit College out of lane 6. Could they even challenge White Rock from lane 2?
that could be possible.
OKC is going to take the gold, but I don't know. I think they did it. A valiant
think they did.
sprint unofficially goes to lane 6 for that second place medal, followed by lane 2. That is White Rock for that third place finish, and rounding out this field is going to be Mile High. Again, everything is going to be unofficial. Wait for the official results on regatta.timeteam.com.
And again, unofficially, those top 3 racers within 5 seconds of each other. White Rock landing in 3rd despite being the favorite. OKC River Sport 1st. You had Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. Again, another racer, or another boat that's very close by, near side, but getting 2nd, and Mile High getting 4th. And back to the start we go for the Women's Youth Novice Coxed 4. 3 races to go, including this one you see on your screen. It's Texas Rowing Club, or Rowing Center, I should say, in 2nd, Dallas United Crew in 3rd, and White Rock in 4th.
Texas showdown again across these 3 entries. It does look like Dallas United jumped off the blocks to get that early lead. They're now right about at 500 to go here on the course. Does look like Dallas United maintains a lead by about a length over the other 2. White Rock, I'm going to give the slight advantage to over Texas Rowing Center in lane 2. So as of right now, going into the 750 in, it's going to be lane 3 Dallas to lane 4 White Rock to Texas Rowing Center in lane 2.
Already starting to see some shake-up based off whoever started off time trials with the quickest time. That one approaching the 3-minute mark. That's the Women's Youth Novice Coxed 4, and then 2 more races after this, the Men's and Women's Youth Novice Double Sculls. And again, a close race so far, but Dallas United, again, was not a part of the Men's Youth Novice Coxed 4, but a part of the Women's. No late scratches in that event for them. But they're out in front, trying to make their way towards the bridge and keep their pace. Dallas United, again, still in the front, and again, they've done a really good job today. They've brought in 34 boats from North Texas, and they have led the table today in terms of overall team points. It was a case going into today. It is still the case. 702 points overall for Dallas, ahead of Austin, who is 2nd with 512. And you also have Texas Rowing Center in 3rd with 413.
Dallas United understroking the field by about 2 beats. I have them about a 31.5 here, whereas White Rock out in lane, Texas Rowing Center out in lane 2 is about a 35. So Dallas United doing a really nice job keeping the rate lower, but keeping the power and keeping the speed of the boat still high.
Keeping it still high, as you can see here. A little bit of shade, a little bit of sun, and then back into the shade.
Texas Rowing Center now looking to make a mid-race move to try and eat into that lead that Dallas United had established early on in this race here. You can tell just by how quickly the athletes are moving up through the slide that they're moving at a bit of a faster pace than their competitors in lane 3.
And again, this was a very close time trial. Texas Rowing Center had the quickest, 8 minutes and 40.86 seconds. White Rock in 3rd went just a bit slower, and when I say a bit slower, I mean 4.4 seconds slower. So it was a very close race. This could be a very close race. Again, gold, silver, and bronze up for grabs. Everybody on the water right now will get a medal. The only question is, what will it be? All 3 boats are now past the bridges and now into the last 1,000 meters or so. Still Dallas United Crew out in front, trying to set the pace. And it's going to be Texas Rowing Center in 2nd and White Rock in 3rd.
Dallas United now rowing at 32 strokes a minute, so they've increased their rate as they came through that midway point here. They still continue to hold the lead from Texas Rowing Center in lane 1, who still is right around
Continues to be a close race here with 6 minutes, or rather reaching the 6-minute mark.
Dallas United holding on to that lead Again, you saw the coxswain just kind of pop up, something that you don't necessarily want to have as a coxswain. You kind of want to stay stable, but she's just making sure that she's staying safe and that she knows what's there. But it continues to hold the same order that we saw early on in this race. So it continues to be Dallas United, followed by Texas Rowing Center and White Rock in this event. White Rock falling just off the pace. They're based right around a 30, 31. Dallas United now moving about a 32, 33, and Texas Rowing Center still beating higher by about 35 strokes a minute to try and eat into that lead, which it does look like they have just by about a seat or two, but Dallas United still holding strong as they come into the last 500 meters.
And doing so, it's Dallas United still trying to lead the charge. Again, they've taken a lot of events today, most recently the Men's Youth Novice 8. Again, similar to this, it was a 3-boat competition where they beat out Texas Rowing Center, who got second, and Austin, who got third. Dallas United this time, though, in lane 3, coming in as a slight underdog to Texas Rowing Center, and White Rock, who is in lane 4. Could be an interesting battle down the stretch as Texas Rowing Center starts to make a little bit of a run here. Could make a little bit of a move as we get close towards the red zone.
I think they had a successful move coming into that 300 to go, which brought them up and closer to the bow of that Dallas United crew. Dallas United starting to fight back a little bit, but from this angle we can start to see that bow from Texas Rowing Center start to come in and overtake Dallas United. So if you're on site right now, turn your attention to this, because we love to see an change of results happen in the last 200 meters. So Dallas United, I'm not going to rule them out just yet, but what a valiant effort from Texas Rowing Center to change the narrative so late in the game. I would say that Texas Rowing Center now has a close to a full length over the crew from Dallas United that had led this race up until 300 to go.
So here comes Texas Rowing Center, here comes Dallas United. Within the last 200, two of the programs that are in the top 3 in the overall trophy running. Texas Rowing Center taking a big lead, trying to peak at the right moment as we get into the last 100 meters or so. Dallas United trying to catch up as well, maybe trying to get a little bit of a stroke as both teams get closer towards the finish. It's Texas still in front. Dallas trying to surge and trying to get back in towards that first spot. It will not be enough as Texas Rowing Center comes back to take first unofficially. Dallas United will be in second, and White Rock will cross the line and finish third. Your unofficial results here from Riversport OKC. Texas Rowing Center 1, Dallas United Crew 2, White Rock 3.
And we pan back up to the starting line where we await we are up and going here with the next event. This is the Men's Youth Novice Double Sculls, second to last race of the day. This is a 6-boat final. You gotta love when the end of the day goes all boats across, all lanes filled. We've got Dallas in lane 2, St. Mark's in lane 3, Tulsa lane 4, White Rock lane 5, St. Mark's B in lane 6, and Mile High in lane 7. So men's youth novice double here. Second to last race of the day. 3 minutes in, so they are through the first 500 meters here. They are approaching that 1,000-meter mark. So a lot of races already been had, and a lot more race is ahead of them. I am losing my words right now.
Well, we've been here for, what is it now, 4 hours or so?
Yeah.
So it's
Coming in, though, it does look like we have our leaders from, that's going to be Dallas in lane 2, making a strong push, coming first to the bridge here.
It is going to be Dallas getting out in front first, and it's going to be St. Mark's trailing right behind them. You can see the pairing for Dallas right now, trying to find itself back into the podium, back into competition overall.
Dallas coming through the bridges at 32 strokes a minute. Trailing next to them is going to be St. Mark's.
And those two trying to go back and forth once again. Again, Dallas in lane 2 with Stefan Brock-Uten and Miles Paris. In lane 3 with St. Mark's School of Texas, their ace side in this competition, Caleb Ratcliffe and Jack Wilson.
So a trophy update for points as we finish up the end of the day. Texas Rowing Center not having any other entries in the last 2 events, unfortunately, is going to fall second to Dallas United in the men's team points trophy. Dallas United currently sitting at 369 with 1 more entry in this event here. Texas Rowing Center 361.
I think they just updated it, and it's a Texas Rowing Center first right now at 397. And Dallas United Crew at 375. OKC Riversport in third at 223.
I guess I just didn't refresh my page, but Mahir is completely right. So 397 to 375. So it depends on how many points are left in this men's youth double and whether or not that's going to be 22 points. But I don't think they're going to be able to get there, but we'll have to see.
It's going to get interesting as all boats are now in the back half, getting close towards 500. An interesting look at the rankings right now. Again, sculling points overall. This is the men's youth novice double sculls. The women's youth novice double sculls also coming up in a little while. Founders at the top of those rankings right now at 201 points. Woodlands in second at 199. Texas Rowing Center in third at 181. None of those programs have an entry either in this race or the next race. So that is how it's going to stand, the top 3 of the Sculling Points Trophy contest.
Overall team points is still going to go to Dallas United at this point, 708, followed by Austin Rowing Center, 512. But let's see what these last couple events can do. Now into the last 500 meters, it looks like Dallas is first to arrive and will be first to arrive at the red buoys. But look at this coming out from the outside lane. Let's not rule out Mile High in lane 7. I actually think that we have underestimated them, and maybe they were just out of our view. But it looks like Mile High is now ahead of Dallas from our vantage point up here in the finish line tower.
It is very close, Katie, as both of those teams, Mile High in lane 7 and Dallas in lane 2, make their way towards the tower. That's close towards 250 to 300 meters out. We have yet to see a winner from lane 7. We've seen rather a third place finish earlier today. That was also from Mile High Rowing Club in the double sculls, but that was pretty much it. Lane 7 has been a tough place to be overall, as we see Mile High trying to fight for that first, potentially second spot as they get close towards the 200 mark. Dallas, led by Miles Parson Stroke, trying to do the same and get in towards the first position. A lot of teams from North Texas have gotten first today. Let's see if Dallas can add their name to it.
Both Mile High and Dallas now cruising it at 36. It does look like Mile High is now trying to push the rate. This is going to come down to photo finish just because of the angle that we look at from up here in the tower. But if I had to call it, I'm still going to give it to Dallas, but I'll be glad to eat my words if the results show differently. But really good effort here out of the gentleman from Mile High.
Here's the push. Here's the push.
I'm going to eat my words. I'm actually going to switch that. That's going to go Mile High unofficially for that first place spot, followed by Dallas in lane 2 for that second place spot.
And then St. Mark's A side is making their way towards a third place finish. You can hear the cheers bankside. Mile High, their first ever gold medal at this rowing regatta, the 2025 U.S. Central Youth Championships, as St. Mark's A side will cross for third, and you'll have the Tulsa Youth side crossing for fourth. In fifth is going to be St. Mark's B side.
No. Already on the course for the last event of the day, this is going to be the women's youth novice double. Already on the course here, this is going to be another 6-boat final here with Woodlands lane 2, Founders lane 3, Hockaday lane 4, Dallas lane 5, Hockaday B lane 6, and Dallas B lane 7. So very much a full Texas contingent here fighting for the gold, silver, and bronze in the women's novice double scull.
And again, 28 events today. That is the 28th and final one here from Riversport OKC. Again, 16 events in the final yesterday, 14 of which were for national qualification, 20 national qualification events today. Those were your first 20, and then these last 8 are for your novice competitions. We're already seeing some of these crews make their way towards the bridges, the halfway point, and it starts off with Woodlands, with Ellison Jelinek and Madeline Dillard. They're well out in front. Again, set the pace in the time trial 30 seconds faster than Founders, who is currently in second. You have Hockaday in third in that regards, roughly 6.5 seconds behind. Very close between Hockaday and Dallas. If this were a national qualification competition, it would lead to some interesting play down the stretch.
Woodlands ranked a 32 coming outside of the bridge, establishing, as we noted, a really good lead on the rest of the field. We'll see how the rest of this plays out, but this will be the final event of the 2025 Central Youth Regional Championships here in OKC. So if you're on site, let's come down to the course and let's give them a big cheer to wrap up this end of the day racing here in the women's novice double here in OKC.
Past the 5-minute mark, it is still Woodlands out in front, and still a battle between Founders, Hockaday's A side, and Dallas's A side for those contingents for silver and bronze. 5 minutes and 30 seconds through, just minutes away from wrapping up competition here from Riversport OKC in the 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships, the first youth championships, regionally speaking, to wrap up with US Rowing this year. Qualifications will continue on over the coming weeks. Next week out east with Gainesville, Georgia, and in New Jersey as well. That will also take place in Washington State and Massachusetts the week after that. And then afterwards, along with some respective scholastic competitions and others that are affiliated with US Rowing, we will have a set list for the Youth National Championships in Sarasota, Florida, which will happen from June 12th to June 15th.
Woodlands now cruising right around a 32, 33. Founders at a 34, a little bit higher behind them. We'll have to see how this pecking order comes into play as all crews enter the last 500 meters here. 3 medals up for grabs. It does look like Woodlands will continue to lead this field, even if crews have a big sprint. I don't think that they're going to be able to eat into the lead that these two athletes from Woodlands have established. I think the next group of athletes is going to be exciting to watch from Founders, Hockaday, and Dallas as they compete for 2 medals here. So we have gold, silver, and bronze up on the table, up for grabs, bragging rights up for grabs. But it is Woodlands first through the 500-meter mark.
And Woodlands continuing to set the pace. 9th overall in the women's team tournament, or the team competition, if you will. 75 points overall. That's 9th place, just above Mile High, who is 10th with 71. In terms of some of the other clubs that are on here, you also have Dallas, who again hasn't done the best today in terms of women's competition. 16th overall, 5 points on the day. They could potentially try to steal something in lane 5. They got some work to do.
Woodlands now 250 in, still going 33 to start off their sprint here. As we look back to the next contenders, it will look to be Founders and Hockaday going for the silver and bronze respectively. Going toe-to-toe here, I'm going to give the slight advantage coming into this sprint to Founders, but Hockaday could overtake them if done right, if executed correctly.
Woodlands has done great with sculling so far. They and Founders are going neck and neck right now, 1 and 2, but it's Woodlands who is well in front, courtesy of Madeline Dillard and Ellison Jelinek, who are within 200 meters. The rest of the boats are getting close to them as well. Let's head out towards the bank, cheer on the competitors for the final race of this 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships. Woodlands and Founders going back and forth in that sculling trophy. It's Woodlands on their way, courtesy of Jelinek and Dillard, getting close towards the finish line right now. And
Founders now coming at 35 as they come into play here, now opening up the lead over the crew from Hockaday in lane 4. Here they go. Their rate is continuing to rise here as they come to 36, 36 and a half from Founders as they get closer to the line. Hockaday upping their rate as well. They're a little bit lower, right around 34 as they come to the line, but unofficially Founders will take that silver medal at this regional championship, and rounding out that medal count and that medal grab is going to be Hockaday A, stroked by Bailey Horn in lane 4.
And we're going to see the rest of the boats make their way down, starting with Dallas's A side in lane 5. Will end out 4th. Hockaday's B side will end out 5th, and then Dallas's B side, a little bit of steering problems for them, will end out 6th. Unofficially, this is what it looks like, a chalk race to wrap up the 2025 regatta here at Oklahoma City. It's Woodlands 1, Founders 2, Hockaday A side 3, Dallas's A side 4, Hockaday B side's 5th, and Dallas's B side 6. Woodlands doing it too in convincing fashion. So, after multiple events, multiple finals, multiple time trials, 44 to be exact, that does it for the 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Championships. Katie, any final thoughts?
For all official results, be sure to check in at usrowing.regatta.timeteam.com, including for the final trophy standings after these final races come into play. I think that we can expect to see some success from this region competing at Sarasota, and I know that I'm excited to kind of see what the future holds for these young athletes.
So a lot of different trophies, and we talked about it at the top of today's events. Again, some different things that are going to change overall. But as it stands right now, these are what the trophy standings look like. In the men's competition, it is Texas Rowing Club first with 397, Dallas United Crew in second with 375, OKC River Sport in third with 223. In the Sculling Points Trophy, it is Founders in first with 201 points, Woodlands in second with 199, but keep in mind, Woodlands just got gold in this last event. The Women's Youth Novice Double Sculls, Founders end up getting second, Texas Rowing Center in third with 181 points. In the Efficiency Team Points Trophy, without a doubt, it went to Founders this year with a 14.357 rating. Meanwhile, Woodlands went second with 9.046, and Dallas United Crew, with the most amount of boats in this regatta, goes third with 8.53. Your other two events, you've got the Women's Team Points Trophy. Right now, it was going towards Dallas United. It was going towards Dallas United for a while. They have the slight edge over Austin. Dallas United with 333, Austin in second with 331, Ursuline in third, again, just competing in women's events this year as an all-girls school with 229 points. In the overall Team Points Trophy, without a doubt, Dallas United Crew are your winners. 708 points for them. Austin in second with 512, and Texas Rowing Center is in third with 449.
Congratulations to all athletes and coaches alike here for a very successful weekend here at OKC at the 2025 US Rowing Central Youth Regional Championships. We'll see some of you in Sarasota, and if not, we'll see you next year. But thanks for tuning in, and we're signing off.